Bum, ba, bum, 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 ba, bum. Bum, bum. Hello, friends. Welcome. Let me just set one thing. Tag game. There we go. Hello, friends. Welcome to a new day. Yeah, and we are, excited. Going to go through some more Bible together. I'm always here for the convo. I truly believe in what I'm reading. If you ever want to discuss deeply into that, I will not be offended. You could challenge me, and I enjoy the back and forth because it's in the challenge that we become sharper, and it's a challenge that it helps rough out. And if we come into in good spirit, it helps rough out any negative ideas. I truly believe, as long as we both come into a place of both are welcoming in the space. And as I allow myself and my views to be challenged, I always welcome other. Before the conversation, I invite you to also be welcome and challenged. All right, let's start. With a false starting. Oh, I'm going to make it full screen. I made it not full screen last time as I was working on stuff. It was at the time, but it will be full screen very shortly. Oh. Oh. Thanks, friend, for the follow. Don't worry, there'll be sound shortly. As I was playing a game last night, and this was like being played on the side. I pause cat. I like it. Rolls off the tongue. Alright, Charlie, so Brittany said around 3:34, that's when Jason will be home. You know, what's really interesting is here you're running into the conflict of being internal, but writers trying to wrestle the ideas of eternal, but don't have the psyche to really wrestle with it because we are just finite beings, and so they're projecting us on an internal kind of internal beings. Seem like the gods in this world are super finite also. But even though this is probably will be released to the moksha since it's Eastern religion, and then be back into either be released or be back into the wheel of Siddhartha, so the wheel of karma, reincarnation. Nice. Get her now. Alright. Let's take away the awkward silence. Let's force it. It's still like in. There we go. Yeah, I have to click there, take part of the event. Oh, event has ended. Well, that happened. Well, there was an event. There'll be a new event coming up, but we missed the current events. It was like a teapot event. We could have gone like, we could have gained like free wishes and stuff like that.
Today's the day of the rite of parting. Although the star of the show is fake, we've spent so much time trying to organize it, it would be a real shame not to go there now.
Before I do that, I should probably spin my... Alright. Level you up first. I ascend!
I created another universe and founded paradise, for I...
Lightning, 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 lightning. My brain, my brain, my brain, my brain, my brain. There you are. Message from a friend. What to do with what? I have no idea. I have it too. Alright, let's add more fire. And why not some wind?
I'll bring my seasonings.
It's probably a little bit of a weapon. On hots. On hots. Oh, I see. Oh, I guess that's how it is for right now.
Gather!
Stand clear. Motion to compel.
Oh. Okay, we're gonna do this now.
Incinerate!
Stabilize!
Ja! Ja! Ah! Ja! Gooba, get them! Ha! Ta! Ha! Ta! Absorption test.
Solidify! This is order!
What's up? Use click and it'll automatically take you.
Motion to compel.
Oh, it said domain that you have to. So today's Friday, domain of forgery. Oh, you have to give me a second. Actually, let me do this. Do I have anyone that needs a domain of forgery? Oh, here we go. So, alright, here's Storm Terror's lair. Here's Mondstadt. It's like right here. Well, I mean, you could do Valley. You could do Valley 1. Go there. You could do that one. But to do number 2, you probably go up. Yeah, you could do 1 or 2. So you could still do it. And it looks like someone's trying to join your world. They can help you.
Nice and spiky. Ja. Ha. Ja. Ja.
Alright, go in.
Eat this! Incinerate! Time for your arraignment! Ha.
Well, when you get there, then I'll hop in and help you. Alright, got that crew. Well, follow the teleporting things. I'll say start like that teleporting circle that you have right there, and then you just follow, like, then go to that teleporting, activate it. But it's like a path. You could either fly, or there's like a cliff that you could hover down. Mm-hmm.
The case before us is a strange and This is how it must be.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who
Continue collecting them resources. Earth dude, where are you? You're over here. Correct. Spart Earth area. Geo. News, gossip, draw, family corner. That's funny.
Fate is called as such, for it cannot be changed, nor can it be reversed. It can only but be accepted. Shadows of fate! Motion to compel!
I will have order.
me scribe. Boom boom!
Solidify!
Delved into destiny, written in the stars. Odds
I think I want to switch back to fire person. Sure. Did I trigger it? Okay, good. Because air is going to be useless against this. Fish will be useless. Fish. So she's not like an actual like floundering fish, but her name is Fish, I think. I might be wrong. Mm-hmm.
Understood.
Nothing to fit. This is order.
Give up.
incinerate!
Out of the frying pan.
Gather.
It's nothing. Your life is mine.
Gather.
Give up.
Oh yeah, they're running into each other. That's funny.
Boom boom!
Oh, interesting. Like lots of against
Don't waste my time.
Incinerate!
Order guide you.
Give up.
Keep within the law. Motion to compel.
Okay. Let's try things out.
Stabilize. I will have order.
Boom boom! Gooba, get them! Incinerate!
This is order. Gather.
Out of the frying pan.
It's nothing.
Boom boom! It's jury.
Guys, eat some food. That should not have been in that storm.
Booba, get them! Incinerate! Ja! Ja!
Solidify!
Motion to compel! Incinerate! Nice and spike! Motion to compel! Out of the frying pan!
Gather! Order guide you!
Don't waste my time. Your life is mine. We are all but one.
Get out of here. Shut up here. She's down.
Incinerate! Breath of the flame! Ha! Ja! Ja! Boom boom! Ja! Ja!
One you're actually trying to get to.
Solidify!
Incinerate!
There's a time when I need to. Whenever these things break, when they're at the very end, they break down to 3 and you have to destroy them. That's when I'd say my ultimate's for that.
Gather! This is order!
Boom boom! Ha! Ja! Ja!
I'm trying to destroy the pillar.
Motion to compel! Ja!
Solidify!
Ja!
Gather!
Nice and spicy! Incinerate! Hey, yeah!
Stabilize! Order guide you!
Motion to compel! Ja! Ha! Ja!
Gather!
Incinerate! Ja! Ha!
Solidify!
Ha!
Not bad. Let me remember.
Solidify!
That'd be a waste though.
Motion to compel! Ja! Ja! Ha! Time for your arraignment!
That's what I'm-
Solidify!
Incinerate! Ja! Ja! Ja!
Quake! This is order.
Boom boom!
Solidified.
Maybe if I could craft it. That'd be cool. An item I need to ascend this guy's weapon. Well, it's a focus. I always when I get on, I always first focus on using my resin to get my guys ascended. Okay, so do I have any green ones? Then I can transfer the blue ones. Let's see. Nope. Okay, I don't. Oh, let me see if I could change that around. I think the shop's over here, yep. Across the river. Mm-hmm. Nice.
Add astro.
For weapons? Well, once you have a second weapon, gotta read over it. Well, it's really good. If you can refine, do it. Nope. I think it's a win. Okay. Let's see if we can this off against the earth, actually. Go off the lightning one again. Get you out. Might as well. 1, 2, 3.
This is how it must be.
Stabilize!
Shadows of fate!
Out of the frying pan!
Motion to compel! Let me scrub!
Nice and sweet!
Incinerate! Shadows of... Motion to compel! Delve into destiny! Incinerate! Breath of the flame! Boom boom! Motion to compel!
Gather! Order guide you!
Shadows of fate!
Out of the frying pan! Into the...
Boom boom! I will protect you.
I'll wait till we get there. I think I have enough energy. Make it there now. Eek! Eek! Oof! Set up here and
I will protect you.
bring that up.
Solidify!
Leave it all to me. I'll catch up.
What's your question? Plants? Yeah, I mean, there's going to be more than just 3 around, so if you're trying to look for that, keep walking around the lake or just go explore. And when you're exploring, like, those are like all over the place. Like, I just got one. I don't need to craft it. A while ago, yeah, I'm just using her for this guy. You always build characters.
I must leave no stone unturned.
It's somewhere around there.
Motion to compel. Time to clean up.
Interesting.
Nice and sweet.
Charlie, I have played this game long enough that if you just go and do like another quest, you'll easily run into one.
This is getting interesting.
Your hyper focus is
Steady as stone.
It's not working for you right now.
Solidify!
Booba, get them!
So res one, I need to be making more food soon.
Boom! Chia! Sia! Ha!
Out of the frying pan.
Motion to compel.
It's in the game, I can't tell you exactly where it is. It's just reality is there, you're just not finding it. Like I said, just do another mission that's near there and you'll eventually run into a mist flower.
Booba, get them!
Doesn't have to be a water quest. Like, Charlie, I just literally found one going to this guy. And it's at those islands that you're looking for.
Someone needs assistance. Incinerate!
Yeah, I mean, like, they're all over the place. I find them all the time.
The law.
Charlie, it's because you didn't even know that you can't pop them until just now. You didn't even know how to pop them.
Loopholes.
Alright, I'm telling you they're there, and there's no reason. This is a fruitless conversation, my friend.
Stabilize!
Out of the frying pan.
Motion to compel.
Nice and sweet.
Incinerate!
Out of the frying pan.
Stabilize!
Booba, get them!
Motion to compel.
This is order.
As a good knight should. Nice and spicy.
Stabilize.
You're toast! Incinerate! Ha! Ha!
Solidify. Order guide you.
Leave it all to me. Motion to compel. Ha! Ja! 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 Ha! Ha!
Gather.
Dude, if we keep like, they're out there in the wild. You run into them while you're doing other things. Just go do something else and you will eventually run into it. You're just driving yourself mad by hyper-focusing on it, my friend. Look. Just get the dailies out of the way. How much time is there? Alright, friend. But anyways, it's a good time for us to take a break. Actually, I mean, what I'm saying is that 30 minutes are up, my friend.
It's a billion miles.
Are you trying to find a way to that island? Dude, you just jump. And hoverfly there. But... can't hoverfly there? Well then... But you could also always use your ice guy. And what you do is you cast your ability on the water, it creates an ice surface, wait for it to regenerate, cast your ability onto the ice surface, wait for it to regenerate. But that's something you're just going to have to do, I mean, you could easily reach there. You seem like you have enough stamina. If you would have focused and kept going there, actually you may not have enough stamina. So yeah, since you don't have enough stamina, you're just going to have to do the ice way. Or you could just let your guy fall and then just turn off the screen and... Alright, so we'll save the adventure for when Jason's available. You can just wait till lunch till Robin gets here and so that... Or we can have it now. If you want to make it now, or Robin can make it because she also will make... It just changes the different colors, so you can switch to whatever color you want that you prefer. It is time for lunch, right? Like, what if I don't know if you're hearing me earlier. Right now, Robin is at the park with Bailey. Wait till she gets back if you want to.
Epic fish. What's up? Epic fiction. So, if you're new to this, please do is, but obviously do some good impact. But also a little bit of Bible. That's definitely the direction. With what I learned more. Going through Matthew for everyone around the very end of the book. This originates right away. This inflation, and then comment there. Um, Guys, how to apply it. You are you guys think of more after that one? All right. This lady back the lid. Let's still closer to be better. Up on your go down. House. terrible for breaking. Pray, I don't want you to happen. Or that. Yes, there's going to be judgment. Never been hard world. No, ever. Those days, nothing. Nobody at all. What happened? But for the sake of God's those days will be. And if it was this, look, here's the Messiah. Or look, there he is. I don't believe false Messiahs. Right? Right. For us. For us. Look. Believe it. Market. Whether warm, voting, trouble, friend, you won, gone, campfire, fourth, everyone. Listen, but our best friend, there are lots of wrong here. Of course that's yes, of course that's bad. Look, you'll be or that. Like help. Yeah, well, already. You'll be. Studying for all this. Matt, which that one. With the head, will be no.
Can you do mine?
Yeah, well, remember that. But wait, no. Then statue. Got it. Well, it's like higher, like, but that little stone better be broken. Supposed to be king. But it's that. Look, 21, 30. Present. Look back. Look out. Look out. This really happened. But that was I don't
That is the epic point.
know. Yeah. Therapy gave you the Christy. Have you seen how big the Alec has or or Barbara? Or, no, no, I imagine like that.
Oh,
Probably. the wish thing gave they had brought like whatever other level of loving also one like all have one because I all that really oh my all right prison done are all from heaven powers of heaven and then all the tribes will tribal more they will see the Son of Man coming out with power and great glory. He will send off his messengers with a great trumpet blast. They will collect for the one from the four winds, for one in the heaven, learn but his branches. They know the summer is coming. So with you, behold, you will know that I'm telling you, this will on for all. Heaven and earth will disappear. My words will never disappear. Friend of mine, like, at last, are you forced to be what? He was at that moment writing, afraid, violent, devils, death, or the couple was dribbled, around, stubborn, heart, love with down, with I left heart, was more or less, more to me. One by one, it'll be heard all together. Now imagine that process. Listen. Over. Now. Play their line. What is essential? What is fun? That's ops the Bible. Right? But in order to believe right. Some parts almost here's the bit from the prophet Isaiah. The sun will be dark, the moon won't shine, the stars will fall from the sky, and the heavenly powers will be shaken. What parts this? This is the Bible, but how it's running. He's talking correctly about here's the bit from the prophet What does that mean? Whereas data, the one thing, or that will make Mike. This language is on the record code. We're talking about what we would call it useful. When we say that there's ball or that we don't normally envision either. This time, the sons of man coming out of heaven. That part is. That to make, actually, that's like, the term we call Jesus. That's Cloud Rider. Like, that's I like this. Oh, Rider, he writes code. Whenever I think of Cloud Rider, I think of you ever seen the image of not low.
There we go. I don't know why that was not going through. Sorry, folks. Hope you're at least able to hear me on the microphone. So when I think of Cloud Rider, I imagine Jesus riding a cloud, kind of like, you ever watch like Dragon Ball Z, like him riding a cloud? It's called like Nimbus. He rides Nimbus. Goku riding Nimbus. Nimbus! So I can't imagine Jesus riding a cloud, yeah, kind of like Goku. Ah! Don't show again. Oh, it's for a game that my friend Justin is playing. The game you can't play, it's going to be too gory. Yeah, because it does have guns, and it's pretty gory. As actually no, I guess Amazon broke the servers before the game was even properly launched. Who? Tonight? Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Are you still wanting to come with me? Yeah, can you just message Alana to saying that you'll just be a little bit late? That we'll just be a little late because of those reasons. Thank you. Love you. Hmm? Yeah. And so, yeah, so I guess right now Lost Ark is not playable because Amazon goofed it. Alright, where were we? Talk about cloud riding. Oh yeah, here we go. But what will this coming and stuff actually be? What would Jesus' royal appearing consist of? Yeah, we just read this part, so I'm just rereading this so we remember. Matthew takes us back, in line with so much in Jesus' teaching, to the prophet Daniel again, and this time to the crucial passage. They will see, he says, the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven. Now in Daniel, this certainly refers not to a downward movement of this strange human figure, but to an upward movement. The Son of Man comes from the point of view of the heavenly world. That is, he comes from earth to heaven. His coming in this sense, in other words, is not his return to earth after a sojourn in heaven. It is his ascension, his vindication, the thing which demonstrates that his suffering has not been in vain. So talking about the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven, it's talking about, imagine if you're in the sky, and if you see Jesus ascending, because after he died and came back to life, he went back to the cloud space, to heaven. So that's what this means. So, alright. What is it, then, that will demonstrate that Jesus has been vindicated by God? 3 things. First, his resurrection and ascension. These great, dramatic, earth-shattering events will reverse the verdict of the Jewish courts and the pagan executioners. They will show that he is indeed the Son of Man, who has suffered at the hand of the beast or monsters, who now, it seems, include the temple and those who run it, and is nonetheless then declared by God to be his true spokesman. Second, the destruction of the temple. Jesus, speaking as a prophet, predicted that it will fall, not as an arbitrary exercise of his prophetic power, but because the temple had come to symbolize all that was wrong with the Israel of his day, and he had predicted the terrible suffering that would precede it. That's why, in verse 25, he underlines the fact that he has told them about it beforehand. They are to trust that he is a true prophet. They must not be deceived by the odd things that others may do to lead them astray. And when the temple finally falls, that will be the sign that he will speak the truth. That will be his real vindication. His exaltation over the world and over the temple will be written in large letters into the pages of history, or as they will put it, they will see the sign of the Son of Man in heaven. Third, the news of his victory will spread rapidly throughout the world. What people will see is strange messengers, alone or in small groups, traveling around from country to country, telling people that a recently executed Jewish prophet has been vindicated by God, that he is the Messiah and the Lord of the world. But that's just the surface event. The deeper dimension of these happenings is that the one true God is announcing to his whole creation that Jesus is his appointed Lord of the world. Or, as they would put it, he will send off his messengers, or angels, and collect his chosen ones from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. If we are under... If we are to understand the biblical writers, we have to learn once again to read their language in their way. All this is spoken to Jesus' disciples, so they will know when the cataclysmic events are going to happen. Watch for the leaves on the tree, and you can tell it's nearly summer. Watch for these events, and you'll know that the great event, the destruction of the temple, and Jesus' complete vindication are just around the corner. And be sure of this, says Jesus, and Matthew wants to underline this, it will happen within a generation. That is an extra important reason why everything that has been said in the passage so far must be taken to refer to the destruction of Jerusalem and the events that surrounded it. Only when we appreciate how significant that moment was for everything Jesus had said and done will we understand what Jesus himself stood for. But remember the composer and the music, and the long purpose of God. We who read passages like this many centuries later may find that what was said as a single statement, one short piece of music, can then be played as a string of separate parts, one after the other. I see no reason why, once we are quite clear about its original meaning, we should not then see the chapter as a pointer to other events, to the time we still await when God will complete what he began in the first century and bring the whole created order, as Paul promised in Romans 8, to share the liberty of the glory of God's children. As we look back to the first century, we should also look on to God's still promised future and thank him that Jesus is already enthroned as Lord of all time and history. Right.
Steady as stone.
Boop, 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 boop.
I will have order.
Decided by destiny. Let me scry.
Stand clear. Animal hypostasis and you.
My vision is clouded.
Animal test 6308.
Fate is upon you.
Stand clear.
This is order. Solidify.
Animal test 6308.
Well, there you go. Yep.
Stabilize.
Incinerate!
Midnight Phantasmagoria! Inadmissible evidence!
Boom boom!
Gather. I will have order.
Delve into destiny. Decided by destiny. Incinerate!
Nice.
Rise.
Sure, I'll make it. I've already talked this thing. I should probably have a wind person with me. These dandelions.
Absorption test. Animal test 6308.
Stabilize. This is order.
Boom boom!
Incinerate!
I will have order.
Shadows of fate! Wings of darkness! Come, sever night from day! Boom boom! Ja, ha. By royal decree! Motion to compel! Ja, ha. Add astro.
Stabilize!
Boom boom!
Nice. Are you using combined elements together? That's the way to do it. There you go. You figure it. It's best to do. I mean, yeah, they both. I generally do lightning first, then fire. Like, I use Fish's word to keep applying. And I also. I don't even know what characters you have. Well, if you ever want my advice on what would be the best setup and the good pattern, then I'll be here for that. But if you don't want that, that's fine.
Solidify! This is order!
Oz revealed! Motion to compel! Invisible evidence!
Stabilize!
Let me scry!
Midnight Phantasmagoria!
Boom boom! Ha!
Also, here and now, it's all about the currency.
Let's go put it
Astro. Thank you for Add Astro.
Huh.
I created another universe.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where...
Right. Right. Say goodbye to the good folk. Nice. Yeah, you watch me.
Well, since we're going through with this rite of parting, I guess it means that those rumors hit the nail on the head.
So Rex Lapis is really... But they didn't...
Oh, come on. Do you think that the assassin could have been a normal person? You know what I think? I don't think any of the gossip on the... There's only one real possibility in my mind. I've heard that the assassin was that Fatui fellow. Youngish, pretty high in rank.
Fatui? They certainly are very...
Shh! Lower your voice. If the Fatui catch you in their sights, Rex Lapis won't be around to protect you this...
You know that god from the ocean couldn't have just shown up out of nowhere. I mean, it's been 2,000 years since Rex Lapis subdued it.
Yes, and to think that this happened right on the heels of the incident with Rex Lapis, too.
He's pretty good. He gives a good
Say, do you think the person who assassinated our lord and released that evil god might have been what...
Now that you mention it, that's very I mean, it all fits together. That person must have colluded with the evil god to harm Rex Lapis. Oh, that wicked, black-hearted scoundrel. Still, what sort of supernatural prowess must this person possess to be able to do such things?
Ah, forget it. Guessing's no use to us. Look, the Millilith over there looks like he's about to make an announcement. Let's hear what the Ministry of Civil Affairs has to say first.
Hear ye all! The Chi sings words. Though a dragon soars ageless as the mountains, it too must return to dust. This is common knowledge. Gods and Adepti live glorious lives, but both light and shadow have their season. So too must they face divinely appointed trials.
Hmm. What are you trying to like? What are you trying to say? Oh, like I said, just go explore. Go to other regions. You eventually will see those flowers. I don't know what the respawn rate is, my friend.
Water is breathing.
Boop, 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 boop.
Rumors and hearsay abound on the streets that Rex Lapis was murdered. Now, let the truth be revealed. Having been thwarted in his trial, Rex Lapis's soul has recouped the celestial heights. He beseeches the people of Liyue to grieve not and to let not their hearts be saddened. Nor are they to believe street-born rumors or indulge in baseless speculation.
Daimon needs a translation on what the Chising's announcement said. So that's how they're spinning it. Something feels off. Why would they suddenly give up looking for the murderer? Not to mention how this excuse sounds like something they just made up on the spot. Could the Chising already have known that Rex Lapis wasn't dead? But Zhongli said that neither they nor the Adepti knew anything. Did Zhongli tell them in secret after his gnosis changed hands? Exactly, right? Ooh, seems like the rite of parting has been going on for a while now. Let's go have a look. Look, it's Ningguang and Kuching. Are they saying something? Are their speeches over?
Huh? I think just continue the main story and you'll run into it yourself. So, I mean, what I do is just go do daily commissions, and the moment that's that would change the moment it gets time. Oh, did you turn them in? Oh, nice. Oh, then do it I don't know, maybe do a world quest or hit your map and find something to explore at. So hit escape and hit map. And look, there's a lot of regions you haven't explored. Like that says unknown, that says unknown. Those are you could go and do that if you want to.
As said previously, Rex Lapis's soul returning to the heavens is the end of the contract. And it is also the end of an era.
3,700 years of contracts burnt and reduced to ash.
We, the people of Liyue, were indeed prosperous. But blinded by our prosperity, we forgot that time can be pitiless.
The long, unending dream of our Archon walking among us.
Now that we have awoken from our dream, we must learn to say farewell. Will you stand with us as we re-establish our contracts? As we build a new age of prosperity?
So concludes the words of Her Eminence the Tianquan. Does Her Eminence the Yuheng have anything to add?
Huh? Is she looking this way?
Traveler.
Yikes! She really is looking our way!
Is that the traveler who they say defeated the ancient god?
So young.
The Liyue Chising always repay their debts. And as you have heard, our eyes see far and our reach is long. Name your price. You deserve that much.
Whoa!
Well, could you help me put up some missing person posters?
Because when you get farther along, you'll be able to do earth damage with your main traveler. That means you do wind. Yeah, later you'll be able to change it. If you actually go to one of those Earth, so hit M, take your traveler, go down, and like click that right there. Yeah, so you can teleport there, and then have your main traveler look at it, and you align yourself with it, and it gives you Earth powers. Okay.
As for the mortals and adepti of Liyue, what shape shall our relationship take from now on?
And to think I'd put my best perfume on before coming here, thinking you'd like it. But it seems as if those perfumes really were meant to be offered to Rex Lapis. Well, that's fine. Suffer no rivals in love, they say. And that's 3 gone in 1 stroke.
Roping you in was possibly the most masterful move we could have made. I believe that future generations will say so too when our deeds come up for their review.
Why, you... Were you just trying to look cool earlier, or are you really that selfless? If you were looking for someone, you could have just told me that in private.
The cleanup of the premises, managing the crowds as they exit, making an account of the rite. There's much that remains to be done. I didn't miss anything, did I?
Ah, Rex Lapis. Oh, Rex Lapis. Now that I think about it, if everyone's of the same mind as me, perhaps mementos for Rex Lapis might be the best short-term business opportunity.
I have enough for a witch. Let's see what I get. It's a purple. It's gonna be a 4-star. Oh, sweet! Another Yanfu. Yanfi. Makes me happy. Keep busting up that constellation. Increase the level of signing by 3. Nice. Well, let me look at your guys. Show me your guys. So I do a lot more than you. I'm a lot more focused. So, okay. So, yeah, you have a lot of good people still. Like, you could do some really good teamwork acrobats, but you just have to be willing to hear what I have to say.
Divination is about precisely foretelling one's written destiny.
Are you ready to hear
Over-embellishing that fate
hear
only
my
leads
advice?
to misconception.
Okay. Well, okay. Well, when you're out of that screen. Okay. So. No, I'll first. Oh, let's get here. So, you need to think, because have you noticed how an element affects an element? So my advice is always start off with casting water heal on yourself, because that will always apply wetness on your enemy. And okay, well make him your your 4th then, because he's wind right now. You know what wind does, right? What does it do?
Fate is called as such, for it cannot be changed, nor can it
So
be reversed.
what wind does, Charlotte?
It can only but be accepted.
Well, wind on enemies only amplifies whatever effect is on them. So if they're on fire, then you do wind and it amplifies the fire. If you have lightning on them, you do wind and it amplifies the wind on them. That's why you want to make sure there's some sort of element on them before you use his wind abilities. So make him your 4th. So think of like rotations. So my advice here, let me show you what my advice is. So this is what you do. You go 1, 2, 3, then 4. Like that. So, because you always start off with a heal. Well, you could also always do ice too. Like, I don't know how the ice character, but you want to think about how do I keep applying certain elements, but then you just want elements always being applied to your enemies. That's what you're thinking. Yep. But yeah, just mess around. Like, what will be the best? Just mess around with like certain. So just mess around. Yeah, because ice and fire work really well together too. Lightning and fire works really well. Well, just like always be willing to change. Do you want me to give you more advice? So, if you're going into a chamber that's all fire, you don't want any fire in your team. So do you hear what I'm saying? Always be flexible to change your team on what the need is. So again, the question: if a chamber is all lightning, what should he not have in your team?
That fate only leads to misconception.
If the chamber is filled with just lightning, you never want that. Bowser, send the healing girl.
Look at this. Everyone in Liyue is caught up in their emotions, thinking that they'll never see Rex Lapis again. And here you are looking all relaxed.
Why would I not feel more at ease after laying down the burden I have borne for 3,700 years? Right. If the two of you can spare the time, I should treat you to a meal at the Shinya kiosk.
Ha! That sounds like big talk, Zhongli. Paimon might have believed you if you were treating us to some third-round knockout, but you'd have to pay out your nose just to stand inside Shinya kiosk. Are you sure you can afford it?
You're right. I do like the Mora.
But why would Morax lack Mora?
As the Rex Lapis Morax, I can easily create Mora. But since I have chosen to walk this earth as the mortal Zhongli, I should abide by the same rules.
So yeah, so what I do with the mage is I quickly switch to her, I hold E down, I actually hold it down, I cast that, then I switch to the next person. No, I first cast it, so hold E, cast it. And then I switch to the next person. Then I switch to number 3. Then I do fire. Or I go Lisa, I cast her ult, then I switch to fire Yunfi. Her ult's Q. But like, I really, like, unless they're like a fire type where they always just bleed fire. You know what I mean by bleed fire, right? Yeah, they're always on fire. Then I will use her, like, her basic attack. But I rarely ever use, like, her basic attack. Like, I'll hit Q. You know what her Q does, right? Yeah. Yeah, that always... Well, no, so what I do is I go to her, I cast Q, it's always applying lightning, then I switch to fire or wind. And then that's when you use characters like that. But you always want the healing bubble on you. And actually, if you use the healing bubble on you right now, switch to Lisa, it'll heal Lisa. Every couple seconds. Even, like, see?
When I was journeying with you, though I still had the Gnosis in hand, I knew that I must soon retire from my role as an Archon. So I had to rehearse a little for my new life.
Oh, no wonder! Paimon gets it now. You didn't look at the price tags when we were spending because you've never had to. But since you weren't used to not being able to just make more mora as and when you wanted to, you had to try becoming a parasite to society who lives off of other people's credit.
Oh, she moves really fast.
Well, we were only spending Fatui money. You don't have to say it like that. In the City of Commerce, we do not merely exchange money or goods. We also exchange knowledge, memories, and foresight. The Archon Morax could never experience life as the true mortal Zhongli could, no matter how many times he descended to be with his people. I must thank you for that. I will treasure the memories that I made as Zhongli, traveling the streets of Liyue with you. That is true. But there is no journey that does not end. No meetings without partings.
Paimon thinks that we should make a move and continue our search for the Seven.
Very Proverbs. All laughter always has sorrow.
I fear that continuing your journey may be difficult. The nation that neighbors Liyue by sea, Inazuma, is presently closed. Yes, the nation has been closed by order of its deity, the Electro-Archon Ball. And just as the people of Liyue preferred to call me Rex Lapis, she too goes by another name among locals in Inazuma.
Paimon thinks we've heard that one before.
No, it's fine. I mean, you can always build back up. Then this is when you switch to your fire or your wind. Well, I wouldn't be hacking. I would only use his wind ability. So with the Traveler, I never hit with the sword. I literally just hit E and then switch to the next person. Yep. Because the sword has no elements by itself. Like her hits always do fire. Always apply fire. The Traveler, never. And so that's why So yeah, I go to him, use his E, then switch back to someone else. And then I also, when his Q's up, I make sure they have elements on him, because the tornado does tons of damage if they have an element on them. It becomes like a fire tornado or a lightning tornado. I'm like, yeah. What I want is that. Yep, because I want a really good ice type.
That is the case. And since Raiden is also the Shogun of Inazuma, people call her the Raiden Shogun.
That said, though people at the wharf were saying that the situation in Inazuma is very tense, Paimon doesn't remember that always being the case. It wasn't that bad last year. Zhongli, since you're Rex Lapis, shouldn't you know something about what's happening there? Just how did Inazuma become a closed nation?
It's because of visions.
Visions?
When faced with circumstances beyond their control, humans often bemoan their lack of power. But if a person shows true strength of will at a desperate and fateful moment in their life, the gods will look upon them with favor. This is what visions are. Magical foci bestowed upon those who have been acknowledged by the gods.
Uh-huh. That's how people in Teyvat see it.
But starting from last year, the Raiden Shogun began promulgating the Vision Hunt Decree.
Does it heal you? Are you asking me if it does? You know why? You probably have, probably either your book probably heals when you do an elemental blast. That's probably why the one's equipped to her. Click that? Oh, I don't know. I don't know why.
Okay. Vision Hunt Decree?
Yes. It was an order to seize all visions within Inazuma's borders, and to inlay them upon the hands of the statue of the omnipresent god.
They want to seize visions. But why? Aren't visions blessings from the gods?
I should think that in the Raiden Shogun's eyes, it is precisely because they are divine blessings that they should be under the sole dominion of divinity.
Whoa, that's harsh.
The Anemo Archon is the god of freedom, and the Geo Archon is the god of contracts. For her part, the Raiden Shogun is the god of eternity. It seems as though she has finally decided to eliminate any unstable elements that could pose a threat to her eternal realm. The fact that even I, the oldest of the seven, have now passed away, will only strengthen her resolve to pursue eternity. Knowing her, she must have again quoted that adage she is most fond of when proclaiming that decree to her people. 7 ideals for 7 gods, and of these, eternity is nearest unto the heavenly principles. All right then. Was there anything else you wished to know? Ah, that was a good one. Failing a divine trial. How they came up with that excuse, I will never know. That said, the reason why the Qixing were so eager to resolve the incident and stop pursuing the culprit was indeed because they received news in secret that Rex Lapis was not dead. I hinted as much to the Adepti as well. How did I accomplish that, you ask? Have you ever heard of this particularly convenient Adepti art known as gifting dreams and visions? All right then. Was there anything else you wished to know?
Yeah, about that. Before the Qixing made their announcement, we listened to a lot of people talking on the way. Most of them put the blame for everything on Child.
He's also a big sport user.
These are indeed false accusations. But it remains undeniably true that Child did send people to the Jade Chamber to prevent the Adepti and the Qixing from defeating the ancient god. I've heard that Ningguang is busy milking that for all it's worth on the foreign relations front at the moment, browbeating the envoys of the Fatui. Ha! Those poor Snezhnayan diplomats. If it were not for Child's exalted position as a harbinger, I'm certain that they would have shifted all the blame to him and called for his dismissal by now. All right then. Was there anything else you wished to know? The time of the Adepti has long passed. If even the Liyue Qixing don't want to face that truth, then what future is there for Liyue? Kuching is absolutely right in saying this. Now, though I did laud Ningguang's desire for power, believing this to be a good thing, and thought as a matter of course that she must have been behind the Qixing's plan to take governing power over Liyue from the hands of the gods and Adepti. Could the original person who brought up the idea of seizing power have been... All right then. Was there anything else you wished to know?
That's right. Zhongli, now that you don't have your gnosis, what's going to happen to all the Mora in Teyvat? Since Morax is dead, are they all just gonna disappear? Also, isn't the Golden House the only mint in the entire continent? Will it even continue to work?
The Mora present now will not vanish. But the Golden House will indeed have to cease operations for a lengthy period of time, since creating Mora requires the use of the Geo-Archon's power.
This is terrible! We're all about to run out of Mora! The world is coming to an end!
Yes, this is indeed a major issue from a financial standpoint. Well, I suppose we'll just leave such troublesome matters to the Liyue Qixing to debate.
Then, did you at least set some private funds aside for yourself?
Oh, a private fund. This does seem like a good, logical, common-sense idea. It's a shame.
What's a shame?
It's a shame that I didn't think of it at the time. All right then. Was there anything else you wished to... Well then, I suppose you'll have to find a way to get inside this closed nation. Have patience. I suspect that some serendipity must first come into play.
Fate is called as such, for it cannot be changed, nor can it be reversed. It can only but be accepted.
done that mission.
Children, come. You've arrived at just the right moment. I've been looking for you.
Oh, what is it, Granny? Need any help?
Oh, no. You've done so much for Liyue Harbor already. I could hardly ask for more. In fact, my old friends and I have been putting our heads together to think of what sort of gift we might give you in return.
A gift? For Paimon?
Oh, child, you are so very modest. Uncommonly so, even. But you mustn't decline this gift. I simply won't allow it.
What? I don't know. I never. I think you just go probably the tools. I missed that part. I mean, if you just simply hit a boar, they also drop meats. But you go to there. No, it's in like. I don't know. I missed it. You probably would have got if you hit use. Oh, there you go. This is how you do it.
When you traversed my old teapot in search of the cleansing bell, I heard your little friend mention that you often camp out in the wilds. That simply won't do, especially since I imagine you still have a very long journey ahead of you. Fortunately, I have not yet grown so old as to see my subspace creation abilities atrophy. Oh, did my friends never mention that to you? Well then, it is a blessing we old folks once received from Rex Lapis, part of our illumination, if you will. I will not go into too much detail, but subspace creation is the ability to create a small, autonomous pocket world. The teapot that you entered previously was a little trinket created using that ability.
So, in the eyes of an adeptus, creating a magic teapot world is just child's play, huh?
Oh, indeed, the teapot is nothing to boast of. One such as myself must depart from this realm to create a world of one's own. Rex Lapis, on the other hand, moved mountains and seas. That is what one might call an exercise of true power. But that's enough nostalgia for now. The gift that I have prepared for you just requires a few final materials to add the finishing touch.
That's right! Finding stuff's what we're good at, after all.
Oh, settle down now, children. There's no need for you to go running hither and thither. I have already found a fleet-footed youngster to prepare what I need. What's more, I doubt that you would know how to find the materials I am searching for. Some of them are very rare indeed these days. Well, for starters, I require some shimmer soil from the banks of Dihua Marsh. Back in the day, it could only be found where the glazed lilies thrived most profusely. You would have to dig downward, following the roots of the glazed lilies, and if you were lucky enough, you just might find a small patch of shimmer soil there. But almost no one has been able to find shimmer soil in this manner since Dihua Marsh came to be the way it is today. Even more difficult to find is smaragdus jadeite. which must be chiseled from the rock of the chasm. Or so it used to be. Ever since the Blackcliff Forge opened for business, they've slowly but surely stripped the mines all but completely bare of it. In any case, Smaragdus jadeite is an Adepti treasure, and the adeptal power within is not something that most humans can withstand. Extended contact with it is, in fact, harmful to humans. Goodness knows if that child will succeed in finding these items.
Well, since you're an Adeptus, Granny, the person you asked for help, they must be an Adeptus too, right?
Yes. I suppose she does count as an Adeptus.
She counts? How come there are so many Adepti in Liyue Harbor? We seem to bump into them all the time. It feels like even when you go out to eat, you could be sitting next to an Adeptus and never even know it.
Oh, maybe so. Who can say? A fair few of my old friends are rather fond of mundane mortal life, after all.
I'm back, Granny. Oh, I don't believe we've met.
Allow me to do the honors. This child here is Yen Fei. She's the one helping run some errands for me. Yen Fei, I believe you already heard of the traveler and his traveling companion.
Of course, who hasn't? Much has been written about you in the Millilith's records. You became one of Liyue's most wanted after the Millilith marked you as a suspect following the incident at the Rite of Dissension. After which, you fought off the Millilith at Julian Karst and made contact with the Fatui, before finally defeating an ancient god together with Granny and her associates, and subsequently being cleared of any and all suspicion by the Qixing. What a shame. A shame that we didn't meet sooner. If we had, well, I can't say that I would have been able to clear you of suspicion immediately, but it certainly would have been less, embarrassing for you. Allow me to introduce myself once more. I'm Yenfei, a legal advisor. Got a legal problem? You can come right to me. Oh, yes, here's my business card. You'll find it has my contact details and office address. Keep it handy. If you have an urgent issue, just leave me a note at this address. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, I offer a very generous discount for first-time customers.
All right, Yenfei, all right. Let's get to the business at hand. I do not think these two are in any dire need of legal assistance at the moment. You'll have to excuse Yenfei. She's always been like this, ever the talkative one when it comes to her own affairs.
Paimon was gonna ask the same question. You seem really different from the ones we've met before.
An Adeptus? I guess, kinda. My old man said he was one anyway. He mentioned that he once campaigned with Rex Lapis for a long old time, and then after that was all over, he went back and married my mom. They had me, and once I was all grown up, the two of them upped and left on a journey, leaving me with Granny here.
Well, that's a bit casual for an Adeptus. Aren't you guys supposed to sign solemn contracts to protect Liyue Harbor and all that stuff? What do you mean he just went back to get married?
Well, my dad did say that he'd talked it through with Rex Lapis and that he was fine with it. Even contributed towards the wedding gift, apparently. Anyway, let's not dwell on that too much. So, Granny, I've gotten a hold of most of the stuff you asked for, except for Smaragdus jadeite. I couldn't find any at all. The chasm's been sealed off, and there's just no way in. Couldn't secure any documentation either. Looks like the Ministry of Civil Affairs is serious about keeping it strictly locked down.
Is that so? But Smaragdus jadeite is really rather essential. Yenfei, are you sure you can't find some other way? They have helped Liyue greatly, after all. It is only right that they are duly rewarded.
I know, Granny, you've told me 1,000 times already. Well, the chasm's definitely a no-go, but there's still a chance we can figure out some alternative means of procurement. Hold on a moment. Let me have a look.
Whoa, that's a really thick book. What kind of things do you write in there?
Commercial consultancy. Or Snezhnaya. Ah, found him. Krustle. A Snezhnayan merchant who once came to me with some legal queries on certain articles in the legal codices. If my memory serves, all of them had to do with rare ores. He mentioned that he was considering acquiring some smaragdus jadeite to make hairpins, and wanted to know if there were any legal ramifications that he should be aware of. Said he was planning to sell them in Snezhnaya. So, I guess I'll go look for him. With any luck, he'll have gotten his hands on some smaragdus jadeite, or might have an idea of where we can find some. Oh, you want to join me? I suppose that's no problem, but it's best if you just stand by and watch. If you try to get involved, you'll only risk placing yourself in legal jeopardy.
Wow, an Adeptus imploring us to avoid incurring legal liability. Well, that's a first for sure. Best we be a little more careful than usual while we're with her.
You can't beat the atmosphere here.
Hello, Mr. Crossell. How's business been?
Oh, good, very good. All thanks to your advice, Miss Yanfei. What brings you here today?
You're too kind. I was simply doing my job. Now, I believe that the last time we met, you mentioned that you were looking to source some smaragdus jadeite to make hairpins. Have there been any further developments on this front?
Well, yes. As a matter of fact, in the end, I did acquire a small piece of smaragdus jadeite and had it fashioned into a pair of hairpins. Miss Yanfei, might I presume that you have an interest in the hairpins? I must apologize. I've already rented them out to a lady named Zhi Qiao. If you'd like to inspect them, you may have to wait quite some time.
Wait, isn't smaragdus jadeite really rare? Aren't you worried about the hairpins getting damaged or lost while they're being rented out?
No, I'm not worried in the slightest, because I signed a contract with Miss Zhi Qiao before renting them to her. The contract makes it quite clear that if she loses or damages the item in question, she must compensate me for its full original value. In return, I included a clause that guarantees the smaragdus jadeite is genuine, with a penalty of 10 times the item's value payable by me to Miss Zhi Qiao in the event that it is shown to be a fake.
Guaranteed genuine, with 10 times the value payable if this claim is shown to be false. Yes, these terms are very clear indeed.
Of course. This way, both the client and I have the assurance we need. To ensure fairness, each of us has retained an original copy of the contract.
In that case, might you know where Miss Zhi Qiao lives? We'd like to pay her a visit and have a look at the hairpins.
Oh, of course. She wrote her address down when we signed our contract. Here, I'll mark it on your map for you.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Crossell. We'll be off now.
Let's see. Oh, I should have gotten yes, I was about to save up my gen before.
Bang! And with that, the fate of the Blue One.
Scry the sky.
Oh, whatever shall I do? Yes, that's me. Is there something I can help you with?
How do you do, Monsieur Chow? We understand from Mr. Crossell that you recently rented a pair of hairpins from him. My associates and I are very interested in them. Would you mind letting us take a look at them?
The hairpins? I can't lend them to you right now. I've lost them. I don't know how it could have happened. I always kept them right by my side, and I hadn't even worn them yet. I spent so much money on them. If I have to pay their original value, there's no way I could come up with that amount of money on such short notice. My family is in the ore business too, but business has been suffering ever since the chasm was sealed off. We now have a backlog of paid-up orders just sitting around, so we've been having to purchase some stock from other ore merchants to complete them. A big banquet is coming up in a few days, and several ore merchants I know of will be there. I need this opportunity to mingle and discuss prices. That's what the hairpins were for, to keep up appearances. I can't have them looking down on me, but now that I've lost the hairpins, what will I do?
Why does Paimon have a sudden strong sense of déjà vu?
Would you really? I sent a commission to the Adventurers Guild, but I haven't heard anything back from them yet.
Hold on. Don't run off looking for the hairpins just yet. Monsieur Chow, would you let me have a look at the rental contract you signed?
Huh? Well, I mean, sure, I have it right here. Here you are.
Let me see.
That's right! Yanfei said she's a legal advisor, didn't she? Maybe she can help Juqiao somehow. True. Though surely there must be a win-win solution.
Right. I finished reading the contract. The terms are very clear, and they do indeed stipulate that you must pay Mr. Crossell the original value of the hairpins as compensation for the loss. Furthermore, the contract also expressly states that the amount of compensation must take current market prices into account. And given the rarity of Smaragdus jadeite, I fear that the final amount of compensation may end up being significantly higher as a result.
Even higher? Oh, no.
Uh-oh. Juqiao looks like she's about to faint.
However, all of this is assuming that it is indeed genuine Smaragdus jadeite that was inlaid into the hairpins.
Did you really have to pause before saying that part? Anyway, the hairpins are lost, so how exactly would we be able to find out if the jadeite is genuine or not? Whichever way you look at it, we've got to start by finding those hairpins.
Except that if we found the hairpins, there'd no longer be any need to check whether the jadeite is genuine, would there?
Seems right.
Please, don't trouble yourselves over this. The fact is, I lost the item, and however much it is, I will have to pay it. My family are merchants, after all. It's vital that we keep our word and respect our contracts.
So I'll say try to ascend Lisa and Barbara if you can. Oh, okay, so you ascended them? Nice. I'll level up Barbara first so you could always apply heal to yourself. I actually will top out Barbara as fast as you can, try to get her as high as possible. Yeah.
Now that it's come to this, I really shouldn't keep Crossell in the dark any longer. I'll go and inform him of the issue and then negotiate the amount of compensation.
He just does normal damage, so you should be fine. Just, yep. So, yeah. Just try, look at your artifacts, make sure they're built as best. With her, you're just focusing on more of elemental mastery. That's income healing. Can I see what artifacts you have and that can help you? Okay. Using elements. Let's see here. Instructor. Okay, so you don't want any berserk items on her because you're not trying to do any crits. So only have berserk items probably on the like pretty much on her. You first just want to increase hydro damage. Yeah, which is right here. Do you see this list? So let's go back to all. So increase hydro right there. First is straight up hydro, which only this one. So like right here, only this one has hydro damage bonus. So yeah, switch to one of those. Oh wait, do you see that's an instructor? So maybe then focus on the instructor after that. Okay, next thing. Are you here listening? Yeah. So after that, then you just want to look here and go elemental mastery. Anyone you're just using them for their abilities. You just want so now ignore that because you've already. So now go here. Now to have like focus on elemental mastery, see if you could do more instructor. So that one's good. See, it has elemental mastery, so hit switch. And then yeah, and then build as see fit. See, that's another instructor. Switch. That is traveling doctor. Check here. You haven't done the hourglass yet. That's instructor. Item right there. Hit switch. All right, and then go here, and then actually here, just hit that. And then actually, yeah, and then equip whatever on here really. So you'll need martial arts. Save martial arts for Yenny. But you want anything that gives... You don't want crit damage. You just want elemental mastery for her. Because all you're using her just to heal. To heal others, really. I'll just go for the one with the highest elemental. Oh, it's yep, elemental mastery. There you go. And then it's kind of the same process with her. You will then want to go hit switch. Then you want to click that. All right, and then click there. And then scroll down, and she does what kind? Keep scrolling down. What kind of damage does she do? So electro. There you go. Then click there. Okay, so look over. Each one does electro damage. Keep going. See, look at that. Does that do electro? Okay. So you want one of those three on because they increase your electro damage. Go back. You really don't want to advance greens. There you go. Alright, and then now do elemental mastery. And then do the best that you can with that. And you kind of want to do that with each one's abilities. Besides Yenny, you want to do attack. And do the new pyro on the cup.
Yes, legally speaking, it seems this is the most sensible course of action. But before that, I have some questions about the hairpins. So hold on a moment, Mr. Chow. When you first touched the hairpins, what did you feel?
What did I feel? Well, I remember that the gemstones set into the pins were perfectly smooth to the touch, like the finest quality jade. My family has seen much jade pass through its hands in the past, so I am quite certain of my judgment in this matter.
What's your call? I gave you the... So what's your question? So if you want to do that, sure. So you want elemental mastery. Okay, so then after that, then go after energy regen. That's berserk. Are you sure? Look at the set. You don't want a berserker set on her. there you go.
Smooth to the touch. Finest quality jade. No, it's nothing. I just need to re-examine a few things. Let's head over to Mr. Crossel's.
Ah, Miss Yanfei, you've returned. With Miss Jiqiao in tow, too, I see. How are the hairpins? I trust you're quite satisfied with them?
About that.
You lost them? Are you serious? Do you have any idea how expensive they were?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Truly, I am. I'll pay the compensation as per our contract. Every last mora.
Mora? Do you have any idea what I had to go through to get my hands on that Smaragdus jadeite? I just don't... Forget it. Talking won't bring them back. Since Miss Yanfei is here, I suppose we can just have her estimate the amount that needs to be paid.
No problem. But before I can give an official estimate, I'll need to do a little market research. Ah, yes. And if I may just confirm again, it was in fact genuine Smaragdus jadeite inlaid into the hairpins, correct?
Of course. Genuine article guaranteed, or I pay back 10 times the value.
All right, understood. I'll conduct some market research, and once I'm back, I'll provide an official assessment of the sum owed by Mr. Chow in compensation. Please wait here, Mr. Crossell.
Thank you very much. How could she lose my hairpins? She'd better pay every last mora that they're worth.
Looks like I'll have to find some way to raise that money.
Please wait, Mr. Chow. I have something to discuss with you. It's not convenient to speak here, so let's find somewhere that we can sit and talk in more detail.
Pavilion. Best Lee food in town.
Listen, let me tell you how.
Gosh. Oh. Received deadlines.
A toast to our success.
Here we go.
Miss Yunfei, what is this about? Are you here to tell me how much I owe?
No. What I wanted to talk about is, there is a chance that the ore inlaid on those hairpins may not be Smaragdus jadeite after all.
What do you mean? Are you implying that you already sneaked off and found them?
Obviously not. I'm no adventurer, let alone a member of the guild. I don't run thankless, time-consuming errands for a living. Let's just say I made some deductions. I don't know if Granny told you this, but Smaragdus jadeite is found deep underground and contains very concentrated elemental energy.
I'll be back.
Just can't revive me and be either shoot from up there. Oh, go back, just shoot from top of the wall. You can't get you on top of there. Right there. You can just maybe let's go up enable. You can back it up on. Okay, let me hop.
If mere mortals come into contact with it, well, they'll be sick in the best case. And in the worst case, they could even experience a dramatic change of personality. It most certainly would not be smooth to the touch. Mr. Chow, did you at any time feel unwell while the hairpins were in your possession?
No, not at all. I felt perfectly fine the whole time. Not even the slightest bit unwell. I didn't feel anything special at all, in fact.
Now that is strange. I noticed earlier that there were elemental traces in Mr. Crossel's vicinity. If I've deduced correctly, he may still have the Smaragdus jadeite in his possession.
If that's the case, we should go confront him right now and expose his dirty scam right to his face!
I need to use the bathroom.
That'll take some.
burn it.
Absolutely not. If we were to confront him now, there's no way he would admit to it. Eventually, he would find some argument to compel us to leave. And then, he'd throw the Smaragdus Jadeite into the sea the moment we were gone. After that, he would simply insist that Mr. Chow pay up per the contract. He would lose nothing. Meanwhile, we would have to look under every stone in Liyue, hoping and praying that the hairpins do actually still exist somewhere in this world.
So vivid that Paimon thinks it might be experience talking.
Oh, it certainly is. I've seen my fair share of situations like this, and brute force methods are certainly one way of resolving them. Fortunately, I have far more elegant solutions at my disposal. I'll share them with you in due course.
Well then,
Is he?
since you're so experienced in dealing with problems like this, perhaps you could help me, Miss Yunfei.
Oh, that won't be a problem. But first, Mr. Chow, can I ask you to please sign this contract?
Huh? Does there have to be a contract for everything? Paimon can't even keep track. It feels like Yanfei is even more concerned with them than a certain someone else we know.
These are my formal terms of engagement. Everything prior to now has just been pro bono advice. But for me to investigate any further, I require a written contract. Any work commissioned but not bound by a contract cannot be relied upon.
I understand. Then I will be glad to place this matter into your capable hands if you will take it, Miss Yunfei.
No problem. Just sign here, and I'll sign too. Okay. Now write your address here, and then sign on this page as well. And I'll also need your signatures on pages 5, 7, and on the very last page. Finally, if you could just use this ink pad to make a handprint over here.
This contract has so many pages. Paimon's all out of brain juice again.
All right, that should do it. My fees are the same as always, and they're written in the contract. Have a look through and let me know if you have any questions.
I've had a read through. Everything checks out.
Well then, here's your copy of the contract. I will retain the other copy. Not for now, no. Despite how intractable this problem might sound, it will actually be quite straightforward to resolve, once we've got some things squared away. I don't believe you have been part of an investigation like this before, in which case, hopefully this should be quite the experience.
Miss Yunfei, I have to ask, why are you helping me?
Because, as it happens, I'm currently trying to acquire some Smaragdus Jadeite myself. I noticed strong traces of geoenergy around Mr. Crossell, so perhaps he has, in fact, secured some. Whether he actually made it into an item of jewelry or not is a separate matter, but either way, it's a lead. As long as we follow it, who knows? We might just be able to get our hands on some Smaragdus Jadeite. Also, the idea of someone abusing the law to their advantage, I won't stand for it. But again, let's not dwell on this. Let's go to... where can we find someone who processes ore? Ah, I've got it! Let's pay a visit to Chateau, the boss of the Jade Mystery. He's a professional when it comes to working with stone and ore. If Mr. Crossell had his ore worked on at all, Chateau would undoubtedly have been his first choice.
Right. You see, co-op. One second, let me switch to Wi-Fi.
I feel like running.
That'll give me a shield. We'll just do that. We'll see. Yep, you have to.
Ready?
Stabilize! Order guide!
Motion to compel! Don't escape! Motion to compel! Invisible evidence! This weather's got me in the mood for reciting some laws. Let's see. Commercial Law of Liyue, Chapter 27, Section 6, Article 3 stipulates that... Wait, what was it? Oh my goodness, I've completely forgotten. What is wrong with me today?
So Charlie, we could do that once a week. Because if you noticed, it gives you really good stuff. I mean, you can find them as many times, but to like claim to get items, you can only do it once a week.
Why, hello there, honored customers. Welcome to... Oh! It's you, Miss Yanfei. Is something the matter? Surely not more spurious claims that my jade betting is rigged and no one can ever win? Oh, I swear on all that is sacred.
No, nothing of the sort. Has a Snezhnyan merchant named Crossel enlisted your ore processing services recently by any chance?
A Snezhnyan merchant named Crossel, you say? I do remember that. He brought me a piece of ore, claiming that it was Smaragdus jadeite. That was the first time I'd ever encountered it, so I had no way of telling if it was really Smaragdus jadeite or not. But if a customer insists, far be it from me to contradict them. He was quite generous with his money, too, so I didn't give it too much thought. I processed the ore as per his request.
Do you have any leftover debris from your work on it?
Why, yes. It was my first time encountering this ore, after all, so I kept a few loose shavings to study myself later. They're right over there, in fact.
Thank you, sir. We'll take a look at them.
Huh? If my eyes don't deceive me, the cross-sections and patterning suggest that these are Smaragdus nephrite shavings. Yes, it's not particularly rare, nor is it especially valuable. It's used to make jewelry all the time. I've heard it said that Smaragdus nephrite is in fact the outer layer of Smaragdus jadeite, though no one's ever proven it.
A thin layer of separation, huh?
If you must see for yourself, try examining these shavings for traces of elemental energy. Smaragdus nephrite is an entirely ordinary ore, containing no elemental energy whatsoever.
Is that so? Well, we might as well give elemental sight a shot. So, did you find anything? So they really are different. But wait, how come Jichao was able to tell what it was just by looking at the shards? That's pretty awesome.
There's nothing special to it. It just so happens that I've come across a great many of these in my time. These two stones actually look very similar. Someone without a deep understanding of them would find it very difficult to tell them apart. There may be only a subtle difference for the casual viewer, but that translates to an astronomical difference in terms of the market price. And, I'm sure, a significant difference in the cost of having them carved into shape.
All right, let's focus up. We're going off on a tangent.
But, never mind, Shirto. Why would Mr. Crossel...
Unusual actions have unusual reasons behind them. Let's take some of these shavings back to Chateau.
Miss Yanfei? Might I be so bold as to inquire,
If you could just confirm for me once more, sir. Mr. Crossell did indeed claim that the ore he brought to your store was in fact Smaragdus jadeite, did he not?
Yes, that's right. I still have a record of the job with me, in fact. Here. It says quite clearly, 1 chunk Smaragdus jadeite, uncut.
Then I have no further questions. But could I borrow the processing record and these stone shavings?
Of course. But might I ask why you need them?
Oh, I have my reasons. Yes. Please sign here on this affidavit. This document shall serve as signed proof that these stone shavings originated from the, ore that Mr. Crossell brought to your store. Please read it carefully.
Yes, I see. Forgive me for asking again, Miss Yanfei, but might I know the nature of the incident on this occasion?
I wouldn't say there's been an incident, just a minor issue. Thank you, sir. I'll take these with me.
With this hard evidence to back us up, Crossell won't dare try to deny what he did.
On the contrary, this is far from sufficient to build a case. We need to find something a little more compelling. If you want to make jewelry, you need a professional jewelsmith. Let me think. Jewelry. Nope. Aha! Got it! Singxi. She often helps people to find a jewelsmith. Let's go pay her a visit.
Well, that was quick. How can you know so many people?
Because lots of people come to me for legal advice every day. As you know, Liyue Harbor is the city of contracts. And contracts, well, I should say laws, are very important to us. But the amendments made by the Tianquan to our laws are unnecessarily complicated. How can I put this? It just seems like they're hard to understand and impossible to finish. As such, legal advisors like myself provide quite the popular service indeed.
So you help them make sense of the law. But didn't you say that it's hard to understand and impossible to finish?
Yes, well, that's no obstacle because I've memorized all the legal codices.
You memorized them?
You sound surprised. Knowing the law inside out is a legal advisor's bread and butter, you know? Oh, this has nothing to do with being an adeptus. I just like reading things.
Again, with that casual tone.
Well, that's that then. Let's go look for Singxi.
Solidify!
By royal
Let me scry. Fate is upon you.
This is order.
Shadow Raven, let night fall.
Motion to compel.
Rise! No rest for the...
Decided by destiny. Incinerate! Time for your arraignment!
Solidify! I will have order.
Delve into Wings of Darkness! Come, step!
Quake!
Written in the stars. Motion to compel.
Order guide you.
I just had the wrong person equipped when I was crafting something. I just had a silly goose moment. Ants. Perfect. Enhance each artifact at level 12. 6. Wait. Highest there's 6. 4. 6. 8. Oh, maybe I should add a command. I usually just go to my website. It'll take you to the Streamlab charity. Apologies, friend, that I don't have a command set up. It's the first time that I'm new to this, so you have to. Yes, to protect my client's identity. If you catch me after hours, there will be no voice mod. Ah, it's supposed to be techno, disco, I think. I think there's an option to change the voice if you at the bottom. Actually, I might have to change it and rename it. I think it's the nightlife here is so. But it's called Very Disco. You just feel the 70s just bleed off my voice.
What are you?
I'll also get some of that hippie vibe where got the Eastern Mystic.
Oh, Miss Yenfei, it's you.
Hope.
Has something happened? Did the client from last time
Have no further trouble from then on? Yes, of course. I'm just here to ask you a few questions. Has a merchant by the name of Crossel asked you to put him in contact with a jewelsmith recently?
Crossel? Yes, I remember him. He's a merchant from Snezhnaya, no? Yeah, he came to me with a chunk of something he called Smaragdus Jadeite.
Thanks, friend. Let me fix that. Alright, try not to kill your ears. It's probably a little better.
The design of the hairpins that he gave me was quite intricate, so it took me some work to find someone who was up to the job. Eventually, I found an older jewelsmith who made them exactly according to his specifications. This order was on hold for a very long time, and only completed quite recently.
Doesn't seem like there's any evidence to be found here.
How about now?
Miss Inksy, I'd like for you to confirm for me once more. When Mr. Crossel commissioned you to find him a jewelsmith, did he or did he not assert that the material he presented to you that day was called Smaragdus Jadeite?
And be cool, because green is cool. I'll just put that down. There we go. Yeah. We don't want the voice to be piking over.
Yes, I'm sure of it. The hairpins were made using many expensive materials, and the asking price was quite high, so we had to put this transaction on record with the Ministry of Civil Affairs.
Is that a little better, friend?
Mr. Crossel wasn't very familiar with the necessary procedures, so I filed it on his behalf. I also kept a copy for my own records. See for yourself, the item is called Smaragdus Jadeite Twin Phoenix Pins. The inlaid gemstone is recorded as Smaragdus Jadeite.
Thank you, Sinxi. Now, could you let me borrow this document?
Sure, it isn't serving much purpose here anyway. I take it then that there's been some more trouble?
Nothing you need to worry about, just a minor issue. I'll return your document as soon as I'm done with it. Thanks again.
Why is everyone's first reaction always to assume someone or something is in trouble?
I believe we have almost all the evidence we need. We just need to make one last trip. Let's go to Boo Boo Pharmacy to speak with Dr. Baiju.
The weirdo with the snake around his neck? What do you want to speak to him for?
Because only he can provide an authoritative statement confirming that Smaragdus Jadeite is harmful to the human body. Once we have this final piece of evidence in our hands, we can wrap this case up.
This is a fun quest. I like it. Do you play Gitcham Impact? Because I feel like with that name you just have all Frost characters, and even when it goes against your detriment, going against a Frost army, you still stay true to the mighty Captain Frost ways. Only you will blanket the sky with really cold water. Ooh, hello there. Something I missed. Oh, nice. I just today got to the place where I could do this event. Darn it. Alright, I'll make sure to fly on top of there and get the sweet photos.
Please, show me your prescription.
My, to what do I owe the pleasure? Though I'm afraid that if you're looking for our little Chi-Chi, she's out gathering herbs. And if it isn't Miss Yanfei as well, now that's an even rarer honor.
I just want the wish
business
powers.
Brings you here, might I inquire? Some
And
charlatan
also I only
is
have a few
peddling
days, and so
ineffectual medicines
FOMO,
again,
fear of
no
missing
doubt?
out, is deep into my belly.
No. I'm here this time to ask if you're familiar with Smaragdus Jadeite.
Smaragdus Jadeite? Why, yes, there is some information about it included in the 6th commentary on the 7 Mountain Treatises. The 7 Mountain Treatises states that this substance springs forth from stone marrow within the mountains, and will bring disaster to any mere mortals who touch it. It is abundant in elemental energy, so if someone without a vision is in contact with it for a prolonged period, best case scenario, they fall ill. Worst case scenario, they'll suffer great changes in personality, and their illness will only ever get worse. Anyway, I'm sure you didn't come all this way just to chit-chat. Knowing you, Yanfei, and given the specific nature of your question, I suppose that you're about to ask me to write an official affidavit attesting to the pharmaceutical peculiarities of Smaragdus Jadeite?
That is indeed the case. If you would be so kind, Dr. Baiju.
No trouble at all. It's just a single document, won't take me a moment. I would mention, though, that you are not the only one who's developed a curiosity for Smaragdus Jadeite recently. A Snezhnayan merchant came to ask me about it not long ago. But after I gave him my reply, his expression shifted to one of remarkable disappointment. I wonder, Miss Yanfei, if your pressing business might be related to this Snezhnayan merchant?
You needn't concern yourself about that, Dr. Baiju. Thank you for penning us that document. I'll make sure to compensate you in due course.
You're too kind. Take care now.
Let's disclose everything. I love it. Also saves me from the more conversations when I feel the clock ticking against me right now with all these time events.
Dr. Baiju's always been like that.
Yes. Give me the arrow, girl. I want ice arrows. Alright, at least give me ice zombie girl. No.
Miss Yanfei, have you finished your investigation? I trust you will now be in a position to assess the compensation due.
Yes, my investigation is indeed concluded. I can now provide a final figure for the amount payable.
Wonderful. Well then, please, could you do the honors, Miss Yanfei?
Of course. According to the stipulations of the contract, Mr. Crossell, you must pay Mr. Chow 10 times the original transaction price in Mora.
Sure. Wait, what? Me pay her? Surely there's been some kind of mistake, Miss Yanfei.
Not at all. According to my investigations and the material evidence that we've gathered, the substance claimed to be Smaragdus Jadeite that was inlaid within the Smaragdus Jadeite twin phoenix pins that you rented out to Mr. Chow was, in fact, Smaragdus Nephrite. Now, the contract states very clearly that 10 times the price shall be paid should the article not be genuine. Accordingly, you are liable for this sum, which is payable to Mr. Chow in Mora.
Material evidence? What material evidence? Why, Miss Yanfei, you cannot frame me like this. I spent a huge sum to obtain that Smaragdus Jadeite, and yet you claim that the ore inlaid on the hairpins is somehow fake? I demand to see your evidence.
Indeed. Only a testimony from an expert witness involved in the processing of the ore can serve as an authoritative assessment of whether it is genuine. Traveler, please produce the evidence in question. If we want to determine whether the ore is genuine, we need to start with evidence from the Jade Mystery. Clearly, you still have a few things to learn about this aspect of legal proceedings. If we want to determine whether the ore is genuine, we need this is a processing record from the Jade Mystery, along with stone samples and an affidavit signed by the business owner Chateau.
Seriously? Even the boss there couldn't differentiate between Smaragdus Jadeite and Smaragdus Nephrite. How does this prove anything? In any case, Smaragdus Nephrite is the outer layer of Smaragdus Jadeite. So I had him cut away the nephrite, he returned the valuable jadeite core to me, and some nephrite samples remain in the store. What am I missing exactly?
That's an unsubstantiated belief.
Well, your claim that my ore is fake is just as unsubstantiated. And we are here to talk about evidence, aren't we?
Ugh. Looks like our first piece of evidence didn't convince him at all. Seems like he came prepared. What should we do next?
Hard evidence, something legally binding. We have just the thing. Show him, Traveler.
This document proves that my hairpins are the real deal, doesn't it? This is the Ministry's seal, after all. It shows that the ore inlaid on the pins is indeed Smaragdus Jadeite.
Our second piece of evidence didn't work either. And this guy's getting more belligerent by the second.
You know, you could be right. Perhaps the hairpins are the real deal after all.
Of course I'm right. All the evidence shown supports my story.
Well, hang on a moment now, because I do recall one final piece of evidence that we haven't revealed yet.
Hey, friend. No, we're good.
Traveler, would you do the honors? This shall serve as decisive proof of our case.
What's this?
Smaragdus Jadeite springs forth from stone marrow within the mountains and will bring disaster to any mere mortals who touch it. Sustained contact with Smaragdus Jadeite over a prolonged period will, in less serious cases, cause a mild malady, while in serious cases, the patient may suffer a dramatic change of personality and fall seriously ill. Mr. Crossell, were you aware of these peculiar properties of Smaragdus Jadeite?
I had no idea.
No idea, you say? I'd guessed as much. But for you to have rented out such a dangerous item, I'm afraid that this falls outside the scope of my work, but within that of the Ministry of Civil Affairs. However, I'm sure that the Ministry will be relatively lenient considering that, as you say, you were ignorant of the danger you posed. Don't worry, Mr. Crossell. I will make sure that all the evidence presented here will be handed over to the Ministry. I trust that you'll give them your full cooperation in their investigations.
What? Wait! I knew.
Oh, so you knew? Oh, dear Mr. Crossell. But if you knew of Smaragdus Jadeite's dangerous properties beforehand, why would you...
Huh? No
Legal.
The hairpins aren't actually...
aren't actually inlaid with genuine Smaragdus jadeite? Is that what you were about to say? You do understand, Mr. Crossell, that this means that you will have to pay Ms. Zerchow 10 times the original price in Mora? Mr. Crossell, your answer, please. My client and I are waiting.
Yep, he's seriously intimidating right now. It's like she's a different person.
I admit it. I confess. The ore I had inlaid on those hairpins was Smaragdus nephrite. But I'm a victim in all of this too. I invested a great deal of time and money into acquiring that small amount of Smaragdus jadeite in the hopes of turning
Holy
it into a
shnikey, you have so much resin.
Price.
There's no, like, have you, like, just used all your moons? Is that why? Well, here's the thing, Charlie. You never had to. Here's the thing. Like resin regenerates after time, and so then like every day you get 160 resin throughout time, and so you're never, like, since you spent all that, like, you're never going to be regenerating resin since you're over the cap until you spend it down below the 160. Okay.
But after receiving it and carrying it around for a few days, I started to feel extreme discomfort. I couldn't sleep a wink or eat a single bite. I was in a constant state of agitation, too. I went to Boo Boo Pharmacy to get myself checked out, only to discover that this sort of stone cannot be worn as jewelry. But how could I let all that money go to waste? That's why I had another pair of hairpins made from Smaragdus nephrite, which is almost indistinguishable from Smaragdus jadeite. I kept the real Smaragdus jadeite in a specially made box. I daren't touch it again. I was worried that someone would see through it, which is why I only dared to rent them out, not sell them. And then to top it all off, Zhiqiao lost the hairpins after I rented them out to her.
Exactly. If they weren't the real deal, why'd you make her pay so much?
I didn't want to either, but when I purchased that Smaragdus jadeite, some of my business partners found out. I knew they'd be watching closely to see how much I could make off it. If word got out that I sold a pair of fake hairpins, then my days in this line of business would be over.
All right, let's cut the appeals phase right there. I failed to see what bearing any of this has on your transaction with my client.
Nice.
According to the contract, you must pay Mr. Chow 10 times the original price in Mora, and that is final.
10 times?
Crossell looks like he could faint any second.
As for me, according to my contract with Mr. Chow, 20% of that sum will go to me.
20%? That's as much as I spent on that Smaragdus jadeite.
There's no need. It's fine. You don't have to pay me that much, Mora. Even if the Smaragdus jadeite on those hairpins was fake, I still bear responsibility for losing them. Legally or not, I think I owe some compensation for that.
Ms. Zhiqiao, you...
There you go.
However, Mr. Crossell, since you have no use for that chunk of Smaragdus jadeite, why don't you give it to me instead? I'll consider us even.
What? But all right then. This cursed rock's brought me enough grief as it is.
Miss Yunfei, I'll turn this Smaragdus jadeite over to you. I trust that it will suffice as remuneration?
Well, that's not quite how the rules say this should go, but whatever. It'll do.
Thanks so much for your help this time, Miss Yunfei. When you have the time, I'll be sure to visit and express my thanks more appropriately.
Oh, come on. No need to stand on ceremony. Now, if I may confirm this again, Mr. Chow, have you and Mr. Crossell come to an understanding?
Well, yes, I believe we have.
Well then, that's good. Mr. Crossell, it seems that my client has no further claims against you.
Is that so? That's good. That's good.
I don't know. I'll say... It's your call. If you want to keep trying... It's who you're trying to go for. Who are you trying to get? then focus on that banner. But that's a standard wish. I mean, it's whatever, dude. Whichever. Okay.
Actually, Mr. Crossell, I'd like to talk business for a second if I may. I could see from the hairpins you produce that you're very skilled in jewelry design. My family, on the other hand, works in the ore business, and we have a fair stock of fine ores. If we could join forces, your jewelry designs and our choice ores, I think we could do some fine business between us.
Let me think for a moment.
Well, that's that. And we've got the Smaragdus Jadeite that Granny wants too. All's well that ends well, eh?
Exactly. Usually when someone tells us they've lost something, we end up searching all over the place for it. But this time, you managed to solve the problem with just a big stack of documents. Even though the solution didn't involve actually finding the hairpins.
The right solution depends on your perspective on the problem. The objective of my client, Mr. Chow, was to reduce her liability to pay compensation. So, rather than looking high and low for some hairpins, proving that the rented item was nowhere near worth what the vendor had claimed it to be was the more efficient solution. An Adeptus. Speaking of, you took part in that battle, didn't you? In which case, you would have heard what Granny said. Liyue Harbor is now a city ruled by humans. The title of Adeptus means precious little to me compared to my job as a legal advisor. In any case, don't you think that the Liyue Harbor of today needs legal consultancy far more than it needs adeptal powers?
Paimon can think of someone who would definitely disagree with your reasoning.
Well, since we got what we came for, it's time to pay Granny a visit. I bet she's been on tenterhooks for a while now.
Oh yeah. Let's do that really fast. Let's get our photo taken. Oh. Shoot. Oh wait, I'm a silly goose.
Rise!
There we go. I have means. Why do I forget this? Ooh, pretty.
You've returned. How did it go? Were you able to find the Smaragdus Jadeite? Good. Then we have all the materials we need.
Well, if we're all set, Granny, I'll get going now. Got a ton of clients waiting for me back at the office.
Oh, you? All right, then. Go see to your business. Granny should be able to handle the rest.
I'm off then. Bye! Oh yes, Traveler, make sure you don't lose the business card I gave you. I've been looking into the laws of other nations as well. If you should ever bump into any trouble with the law, come find me directly. Regulars get discounts too.
Come now, child. Are you leaving or are you not? If you have no wish to leave, perhaps you'd like to help me clean my teapot, hmm?
I'm leaving! I'm leaving!
That child. Goodness knows where she learned to be so rambunctious. Her father was hardly so riotous or fond of talking nonsense back in the day when he stood beside Rex Lapis. Indeed she is. Liyue has changed, And the Adepti must also learn to change. Yanfei might be overly garrulous, but she is also the most intimately acquainted with the city among us all. Liyue is not the same place I once knew. All right, then. Let us speak of this no more. Back on topic. I believe that I still owe you a little gift.
Oh, Paimon's so excited! How is it made?
It is but a single teapot. It shan't take long at all. Just wait here for a moment.
Nice.
There we go. This Serenity pot is all yours now. Hold it firmly. If you were to drop it, oh goodness, who knows what might happen. Take these blueprints with you as well. You'll need them if you wish to make your teapot a little more lively inside.
Wait a minute, Granny! How exactly are we supposed to use this teapot?
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I've already arranged for a certain little helper to await you within this teapot. She will explain everything you need to know about it.
Wow! This teapot seems even bigger inside than Madame Ping's! There's even a great big house in the middle, too! Huh. But there's just a whole load of nothing around it. I can't do that! Well, you're the one with the sword anyway. You do it! Still, why is it so empty here apart from that house? Oh, wait a second. What is that?
Well, it seems that we have a visitor.
It's a huge finch!
Excuse me, I am not a finch. I am a teapot spirit, and you may call me... hang on a moment. What am I supposed to be called again? Oh, call me. I suppose you may call me Tubby.
So you're the little helper Madame Ping mentioned?
Madam Ping? Oh, you must mean Ping. Yes, she did summon me here. She told me much about you. You may leave all matters regarding your journey may be far from over. But at least this way, you will not want for a comfortable place to... Though it is the Adepti who create realms such as this, they generally do not have the time of day to attend to the Thus, we teapot spirits were created to help guard their realms and manage their affairs. You may consider me now allow... Have you any blueprints on you? As long as you have a blueprint, you can refashion this realm.
Blueprints? Oh, that's right!
Yes, these are the blueprints. Just commit the image of the objects to memory and prepare the necessary materials.
Go.
Then simply release the thought from... Wow! Is that all it takes? Then we could build a whole city inside, couldn't we?
I doubt it. A golden-eyed adeptus, he said that even though subspace creation is a product of adeptal power, even this world is not a true one after all. It provides merely a
golden-eyed adeptus?
I hardly remember myself. What's more, I have never seen that. Well, let's not dwell on that. If there's anything you...
For right now.
I know.
Have I got where before? I don't know. Oh yeah, I fought him multiple times. Yep, I've been there. It's hard. You can only do it by yourself too. But it gives you rewards. You see that purple behind you. Do you see that purple? That you just get into that. There should be something to glide you up. Should be like something to interact with that shoots wind up. I don't remember. It's been too long. Definitely not those monsters, but there could be something.
The one before you is known as Jade Seeker. One travels far and wide, seeking not... Ah.
I don't remember. You could put those pillars on top of each other, right? Yeah, you have to be closer. You could, if I'm right, you could stack them.
Divination is about precisely foretelling one's written destiny. Over-embellishing that fate only leads to misconception.
I don't know. Again, like it's been way too long. I don't know how I got up there. Yeah.
I have gathered everyone here to... Perhaps some of you will have heard the news already. I am, in fact, planning to rebuild the Jade Chamber.
Rebuild the Jade Chamber? That's a huge project!
So the rumors are true. No wonder the price of building materials has gone up so much lately.
The Jade Chamber means a lot to Lady Ningguang.
Getting involved in this would be a huge opportunity.
Lady Ningguang, is there any way we can be of service?
Patience. Since the news made it out a few days ago, I have already had many people contacting me to declare an interest in joining the project. Nevertheless, I do have a few matters I should like to entrust to you here today. The building site has been chosen, and most of the materials have been assembled. 3 key items are, however, still outstanding. They are as follows: Sunset Vermilionite, Wonder Cores, and Adepti Sigils.
Excuse my ignorance, Lady Ningguang. I'm familiar enough with Plostrite, but I've never even heard of those other two.
Only sufficiently large pieces of Plostrite, or specifically Vermilionite, may earn themselves the Sunset moniker. This stone is what allows the Jade Chamber to float. Wonder Cores, meanwhile, are the central components of the mechanical structure of the Jade Chamber. Adepti Sigils serve as a means of integrating the mechanical devices with Adepti art. They are as indispensable as the mechanical core itself. Although these 3 items are rare, I trust that with your connections and capabilities, procuring them will not be a question of if, but of when. I take the saying, time is money, more seriously than most. Efficiency is everything. I will pay a generous price for the materials that you find. And in addition, the first 3 people who collect all the materials will have the opportunity to ask me a question. You may ask me anything, and I will give you an honest answer. I trust that this means of compensation will be to everyone's satisfaction.
These things won't be easy to get hold of. But if it means a chance to get some inside information on Liyue Harbor's development plan for next year...
Then it's the deal of a lifetime. Information from Lady Ning.
Haha, what a coincidence. I won't divulge too much, but I heard some murmurings about some Plostrite just the other day. So excuse me all, but, I have some business to do.
Business.
No. We better move quickly, or this opportunity will be snatched away from us.
Ningguang's rebuilding the Jade Chamber? This is a huge deal! Let's get involved!
So you heard my announcement, did you? What do you think? Interested?
Plug it. You gotta do it through headphones.
Yes. Providing the question pertains to something I am knowledgeable about.
Really? Ooh, then Paimon will ask you about how to run a business! Then we'll never be short of Mora ever again.
Of course. But how much information I share with you will depend on your performance. The construction of the Jade Chamber requires a great deal of space. The abandoned mine outside the Golden House has been selected as the building site. Once you have collected the materials, please take them there. I have other business to attend to now. Otherwise, I would gladly escort you to the site in person. When you do arrive, please seek out my secretary. Remember, this is a race against the clock. A rare opportunity presents itself to you. Do not let somebody else snatch it from your grasp.
Ningguang seems super busy. Come on, we'd better get going. First, we gotta get out of Eugene Terrace. Huh?
Hey, baby girl.
It seems like there's something kind of fishy going on over there.
Alright, bye, baby girl.
Ma'am, you seem like an eminent and distinguished young lady to me.
Huh?
I can see that you're easily gonna win this procurement contest Lady Ningguang has set up.
Love you.
As it happens, we have some information about the materials that I really think might interest you. Come on, let's find somewhere a little more private, and we can get down to brass tacks.
No, I don't need it.
Don't be like that. Hey, come on! Don't go! Why don't you stand there after her?
Oh, right, yeah.
Seemed like we got some people up to no good.
Did you hear that? They said they had some useful information! Information's just what we need! Huh, they're not here! Let's keep looking.
Well, will you look at that, ma'am? Nowhere left to run.
Be back, friends.
Don't worry, we're not bad guys. You give us some mora, we give you a little info. Everybody's a winner.
Boss, I got a bad feeling about this. Look at her, the white hair, the energy she gives off. I'm telling you, there's something different about her.
So what? She's loaded. How are we ever going to repay those gambling debts if we just let money walk away from us, huh?
I've already told you, I don't need your information. If you still can't grasp that, I'm happy to repeat it in a way that won't be so easy to forget.
Come on, ma'am. You seem like an intelligent lady. I shouldn't have to spell this out to you. It's not about whether you need the info or not, okay? It's about you taking out your money and handing it over and nobody getting hurt.
I won't...
No more excuses! I know you have money. I saw you. Yeah, I saw you. Strolling into Leo Lee Pavilion, ordering a table full of food, and only taking a few bites. Then Shinyu at kiosk, then Wan Min restaurant. Same story each time. You order all the signature dishes, take a few bites, then you're on your way again. How could you afford to be so wasteful if you weren't from a rich family? And since you're so rich, what's the loss to you in giving us a little spare change, huh?
Master warned me not to lay a hand on anyone in Liyue Harbor. But here we are. Perhaps... yes. Let's call it fate.
Boss, I'm telling you, something's not right.
What are you afraid of? We're just selling information. It's not illegal. If she lays a finger on us, all the better. We'll sue her for everything she's worth.
Oh, you again.
The Millilith? What are the Millilith doing here? Did you do this? You ought to mind your own business, I swear!
Silence! How dare you threaten innocent civilians? You're coming with us.
No, don't be angry, sir. Please, let me explain.
Shenhe.
Shenhe?
My name.
Oh, so your name's Shenhe. Paimon's name is, well, Paimon. And this is Paimon's travel buddy.
Oh, I've heard about you two before. Thank you for helping to defuse the situation. I could have dealt with it myself, though. I suspect smashing his head against the ground a handful of times is all it would have taken to get him to surrender.
You can't do that. That's way too violent. This is Liyue Harbor. There are laws against that kind of stuff, you know.
Laws? No, apparently not.
Really? So how exactly have you...
That would be my stomach growling. I haven't eaten enough.
She's so honest. Wait, that's right. They said you went around all the restaurants ordering this and that and the other, but only took a small bite of each dish. Then of course you're still hungry. So, anything in particular you're hungry for?
Chingson, glaze lily, violet grass. These are my usuals. Medicinal herbs?
Kinda hard to explain. Anyway, Booba Pharmacy's not far away. Let's take Shenhe there for a big medicinal meal. After all, you can't work on an empty stomach. Psst. Do you think Shenhe might be an adeptus? It seems like it's her first time in Liyue Harbor.
Are you here to buy some herbs? I do hope you brought your prescription.
Chingson, glaze lily, and violet grass, please. Half a pound of each.
What kind of prescription is this? Sounds more like a lunch order. Oh, here you go. That's everything we have in stock.
Thank you.
She's really eating them.
My hunger has now abated. Thank you. Rather awful. Though they were not completely devoid of sweet fragrance. After consuming a large quantity of them, bitterness is all that remains.
So, how come you chow down on these and barely touch the restaurant food? If Paimon had enough Mora, Paimon would go to the fanciest restaurant in town and order a whole table of food and eat it all in one go.
Because I'm not sure whether I will remain here in the future.
Makes sense. Okay. Sounds good. Love you too.
The food of the mortal
Brittany
realm
says
is
he'll
most
come over
delicious.
when they get
but
there.
should I return to the mountains, yearning for the food here shall only pose an obstacle to my continued spiritual development. Sampling each dish in order to appreciate its taste is enough.
Return to the mountains. That proves it. Paimon knew she was an adeptus.
Enough about me. What are your plans from here?
Oh, right! Paimon almost forgot! We came out to take part in the Rebuild the Jade Chamber competition! And now we're probably super behind because we've been held up for so long.
I see. I heard something about the contest when I was passing by.
Yep! You get to ask Ningguang any question you want if you win! Were you interested in the contest too, Shenhe?
I came for the rebuilding of the Jade Chamber, but until this point I had no intention of joining a contest. However, you have shown me your kindness, and I would now like to lend you my assistance. Oh, don't worry. I ask for nothing in return.
Wow! You really don't have to. But having an Adeptus help out will make things a whole lot easier, so...
Then let's not delay. I have a plan.
Great! Paimon bets this is gonna be the awesomest plan ever!
I am not sure whether or to what extent this plan can be classified as awesome. I do, however, believe it will be highly effective. We simply need to dispose of everyone who is currently ahead of us. Then, we alone shall become the victors.
Vito! That is not acceptable! Not by a long shot!
Really? But I hear that competition is in essence about conflict and one-upmanship.
Look, we want to win this competition fair and square, okay? Sunset Vermilionite, Wonder Cores, and Adepti Sigils. Let's start at the top of the list and work down. So, for Plostrite...
I was wondering who I could hear arguing over there. So, it's you.
Baishu? What are you doing out here?
Lady Ningguang wishes to purchase a large batch of wound dressing. We're running low at the store, so I came out to fetch the ingredients personally.
Huh? How come Lady Ningguang needs so much wound dressing all of a sudden?
I'm not too sure. I did hear she's looking to rebuild the Jade Chamber. Maybe for its first aid on site? I didn't ask, though. Far be it from me to pry into my customers' personal affairs. Oh, and she also borrowed Chi-Chi. Meaning Boo Boo Pharmacy is very short-handed right now. I don't suppose any of you are looking for part-time work by any chance?
No, we've got other stuff to do. While you're here, though, you seem to know a lot. Have you ever heard of something called Sunset Vermilionite?
Ah, the variety of plostrite used in the Jade Chamber, yes? There is some mention of it in the Seven Mountain Treatises. When activated, Sunset Vermilionite rises up all the way into the clouds. It's very rare indeed. As far as the records show, virtually all Sunset Vermilionite in existence has been mined and taken possession of. But the Feiyun Commerce Guild would know far more about this than I do.
Okay then, let's go ask at the Feiyun Commerce Guild. Thanks, Baishu.
You're quite welcome. Good luck to you all. And if there's anything further you need from me, just come to the Boo Boo Pharmacy.
Oh, it takes some damage every time. But definitely takes less damage doing that. Yeah, it takes less damage doing that than if you just normally fall. Oh. Alright.
Shadows of fate! Boom boom! Invisible evidence!
Lightning damage. So as we know, it's the overload button.
Motion to compel! Delve into destiny! Midnight Phantasmagoria! Incinerate!
That's her ult, is when you kind of like take like a bird form. Nope, this is the water person, so she like puts a little taunt where they attack that. Mm-hmm. So you know these, you just need to throw some water on them, right? Like that, and then you can collect them.
Shadows of fate!
Solidify! Pretty simple, you just...
Delved into destiny.
Right, the other fire guy, but these are fire. See, it won't do. I don't have the ice bow person. I only have one ice person, the same one ice person that you have. Pyra, like the one that does like the ice. Okay, just leave the back door open. Leave the back door. That's fine. Okay, sounds good.
You have 2 seconds to tell me what you need.
Master Xingqiu, thank goodness you're finally back.
Oh?
why do I detect an urgency in your voice?
The guild has had a whole string of strange orders in recently. Everyone's been completely caught off guard. Your father gave me specific instructions to ask you to stay and help out if I happen to see you.
I see. Have someone sort the orders by type for now. I'll deal with them myself shortly.
Oh, how wonderful. Thank you, Master. With you on the job, I can breathe a sigh of relief.
Hey, Xingqiu! Glad you're here. We want to ask you for some information.
Traveler, Paimon, please wait a moment. Shu, I need to entertain some guests. Please continue with your work for the time being, and we'll discuss the matter of the guild's orders in more detail later on.
Understood, Master Xingqiu. Then I will leave you in peace.
I wasn't counting on finding you here today. What's going on? And how, pray tell, may I be of service?
Xingqiu, have you ever heard of Sunset Vermilionite?
Oh, I see. So you've entered Lady Ningguang's contest as well.
As well? Do you mean...
The truth is, the Feiyun Commerce Guild is in possession of some Sunset Vermilionite, but only one piece. We are holding it on behalf of someone who has asked us to put it up for auction, and a lot of interested parties have already come to us inquiring about the price. At the end of the day, it all comes down to supply and demand. In this case, I'm guessing the final transaction price may be in excess of 500 million mora.
500 million?!
Honestly, I would recommend that you don't bother bidding on this one. The price is greatly inflated, and it's just not worth it.
But without any Sunset Vermilionite...
Don't panic. I don't suppose you ever heard of Sea Gazer?
Who?
Sea Gazer was once very close to Mountain Shaper, but if I am not mistaken, he has already passed away. Yes, precisely. I didn't know anyone else knew about him. According to records of drifting clouds, Sea Gazer once built an abode to store his rarest and most exquisite treasures, among which was some Sunset Vermilionite. After Sea Gazer passed, the abode was abandoned, and its location was lost to time. Luckily, I came into possession of a stack of folk history books just recently. They make some oblique references to this lost abode, and after cross-referencing them against each other, I'm now fairly certain that it is situated in the Lisha area.
That's great! But is it really okay for us to just go and take his treasure? Wouldn't it be a little, disrespectful? With him being an Adeptus?
You needn't worry. As far as I understand, Sea Gazer was very open-minded. Even while he was alive, he wouldn't have let something like this bother him.
Open-minded? I have not heard of Sea Gazer being described in this way before. May I ask where you read that?
Just a rumor I heard out in the mountains. All right then, let's go.
There's something about this young lady that reminds me of a good friend of mine. Oh, I almost forgot. Adepti abodes tend to have very ingenious designs, especially when it comes to their defense mechanisms. Plus, it's likely to be crawling with monsters after being abandoned for so long. So please, be very careful.
Well, that ain't really important, but my story questions the question about the angels are like definition. I'm gonna ask you that don't touch any of the computer stuff until after you watch it. Yeah, you still watch it.
Okay, we will.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if you want to mute it. Or you asked me to mute it? Or asked me to... I mean, is it going through the screen or the headset? That doesn't matter, as long as it's going through the headset.
Let's see. Shincho said it should be around here, but Paimon doesn't see anything.
This place was hidden using a special Adepti art. But now that I have removed it, we can inspect the area more closely.
Wow, that's amazing! Yep, let's take another look around. Hey, look! Is that a new Sealy over there?
Yeah, that's where kind of her special is. You could sprint over water.
The Sealy got... What? Weren't we at a waterfall just now? How did we suddenly end up here? Oh, so many clouds. It feels like we're high up in the sky.
I believe this is the abode of that Adeptus. With any luck, the sunset vermilionite we're looking for should be in here.
Really? Let Paimon see. Huh? Isn't that the Sealy from before? Look, it's gone and snuck beneath the clouds. And now that Paimon takes a closer look, the rocks and trees here don't seem complete. Oh, could there be something below the clouds?
These are not real clouds. They are the product of an Adepti art used for spatial partitioning. If we want to go down, we must first destroy the mechanism that is maintaining the Adepti art.
All right, then let's do it.
I sense the presence of monsters in this place. I don't know where they are hiding, so we'd better be careful. Manifest!
Stabilize!
I'm not fighting a boss. It's locked. Yeah, it shows light health, but I gotta first open the third part. It has a bind over it. You see that bind over it? You can't fight it yet. There we go. Now I can fight it.
It appears that we've been taken for intruders. This time, why not allow me to take care of this? Transfiguration! My will embodied!
Solidify!
Let me scrub.
It's hard.
My will embodied!
Order guide you.
Breath of the flame.
By ordinance divine!
Quake!
As you wish.
The core of the mechanism is exposed. Now's our chance. Obey!
Whoa! We're gonna fall! Is everyone okay? Look! The Celia's disappeared beneath the clouds again!
Oh, oops.
It looks like we need to go further down. But before that, let's destroy the guard mechanisms on this level first.
Well, I thought it was a combo piece, so that's fine. Oh, I lost her.
Transfiguration!
Decided by destiny. Boom boom! Time for your arraignment! Delve into destiny.
My will embodied!
Let me scribe. Midnight Phantasmagoria. Motion to compel.
Manifest!
Stabilize!
Delve into...
My will embodied! Obey!
This is order.
Let me scry. Written in the stars.
Cryo incarnate!
Wings of darkness. Come, sever night from delve into destiny.
Gather.
Incinerate. Breath of the flame.
Unleash!
By royal decree.
Manifest!
We're gonna fall! This time, we're really gonna fall! Ah! So high! at the bottom. Otherwise, that could have ended very differently. Hey! That series on the move again. Let's catch up with it. Huh. Something looks different about this stone wall. Let's take a closer look.
I will have order.
Let me scry. Fate is upon you. Boom boom! Chia! Unleash! Manifest! By ordinance divine. Hip! Chia! Chia!
Order guide you.
Shadows of fate, written in the stars. Oz revealed. Obey.
As you wish, main Fräulein.
Motion to compel. Objection. Time for your arraignment.
Rise! I will have order.
Manifest! Obey!
Crumble!
Wings of darkness! Come, sever night from day! Manifest! Obey!
Stabilize!
Delve into... Fate is upon you. By royal... Boom boom! Unleash! Manifest! Do your master's bidding! Leave my space! Let me scroll.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Motion to compel. Inadmissible evidence! Obey! Oz, reveal thyself! Unleash! Manifest!
Treasure, treasure, treasure.
Look, over there! Could that be the sunset vermilionite? That's true, but then again, why isn't it floating?
Plostrite doesn't float until it's activated. It may look different from most ordinary stones, but it weighs around the same amount. Only after being activated does Plostrite reveal its true nature, breaking free from the shackles of the mortal realm and ascending up into the heavens.
Wow, Shenhe, you seem to know everything about this.
Only because my master is fond of chatting about these things. The moment she has some time to spare, she'll come straight for me and start telling story after story. I don't care for her stories most of the time. I certainly didn't
Hold on a sec! Paimon just realized something. If we activate it here, there's no way we'll be able to get it back to the site, right? Heck, we'll be dragged up into the sky too! But if we don't activate it, how else are we gonna lift it? This rock must weigh well over 1,000 pounds.
Don't worry. I can handle the weight quite easily.
Are you sure? Be careful.
Please don't worry. I'm well aware that a Plostrite sample this large must be highly valuable. I will be gentle with it and make sure it does not get damaged. My safety.
That's right! Paimon's sure you can handle it and everything, but if something this heavy lands on you, you're gonna get you gotta be extra careful when lifting heavy.
Is it now? Well then, thank you. I'll go on ahead with the Plostrite. Let's meet at the building site later.
How is Shenhe able to carry that huge rock all by herself? Adepti super strength. We
can...
Oh my god, I can't believe my eyes.
How can she lift that massive rock all by herself? She's gotta be one of those Adepti, surely.
Oh, mighty Adeptus, please give me your blessing so that in the coming year I may reap a more bountiful salary.
This is top tier in size and quality, and the condition it's in is quite simply immaculate. Congratulations, this item is approved for submission. I'm going to award you full marks for the Sunset Vermilionite item. May I take your name?
My name isn't important. I'm not even here to compete. I was just delivering this for some other people. They should be here any minute now.
Shenhe, and Ningguang's little helper.
Ah, so you're the ones behind this. No wonder. The rarest talent turns in the rarest Plostrite specimen. But I have to correct you on one point. It's not helper, it's secretary.
Okay then, Miss Secretary, what do you think of the rock we found? Pretty amazing, right?
In truth, it is the finest piece of Plostrite we have received so far. If everything goes according to plan, we will use this piece in the foundation of the Jade Chamber, which will enable us to proceed to the next stage of construction. As a side note, Lady Ningguang has rented some dwellings in the nearby area to serve as accommodations for the contestants. If you need a place to rest, you are welcome to stay there. Now, please excuse me. As you can see, there is still a lot of work to do on the building site.
Shenhe, just now on the way over, pretty much everyone was singing your praises.
Oh, really?
What kind of reaction is that? So strange. Aren't you happy about it? Whenever Paimon gets praised, Paimon can't help but hold her head up high and break into a big smug smile.
I've had similar compliments before. They call me an Adeptus, treat me with great deference and respect, as if I'm set apart from the common folk.
Yeah, 'cause that's how Adepti are. At least the ones we've met are pretty unique and reclusive, too. Way different than normal people.
But I am not...
Shenhe?
I'm fine. I've been exerting myself quite a lot ever since we set foot in that abode. I'm just a little fatigued.
Well, Byron said that there are some makeshift hotels we can use, right? Let's go check in and take a rest.
No need. I simply need to find myself a secluded place in the wilderness to sit and meditate in silence.
You can't do that. It's dangerous out in the wild on your own. When you're hungry, you go eat something tasty. And when you're tired, you go lie down in a nice, comfy bed. All right? Seriously, don't punish yourself like this.
Okay. If you insist.
Great! Now we're talking. Let's head to our hotel.
Hi there! Checking in, are we? You're just in time. We only have 2 rooms left. Since this was chosen as the building site for the new Jade Chamber, we've had a constant stream of people in this area. And not just workers either. Visitors, business people, tea sellers, all sorts. So, business is booming for me today. Very few vacancies. You're lucky you got here when you did.
Great!
One of your rooms is still being cleaned. I guess it should be ready within the hour. The other room is just at the door on the left. Here are your keys. All right. Hope you enjoy your stay. Please excuse me, I'll leave you to it.
Shenhe, you should go get some rest. We'll hang around outside until the other room's ready. Hyman's gonna go see if there's anything good to eat around here. Hyman couldn't help but notice one of the guests walk in with a huge grilled chicken drumstick before. Let's buy one for Shenhe too. She can have it as a midnight snack. Or save it for breakfast tomorrow.
All right. I will head to my room for now. If you need anything, don't hesitate to disturb me. I'm a light sleeper. I will hear if you knock on the door. See you tomorrow.
Hey! Isn't that Cloud Retainer? What's she doing here? Let's go and say hi.
One trusts you have met Shenhe. So, are you getting along quite well?
So far, so good. Yeah. So, you know Shenhe too, Cloud Retainer?
Naturally. Save for Ganyu, who spends the majority of her time in Liyue Harbor. All the Adepti living today are acquainted with Shenhe to some degree.
Cool. So, what's her Adeptus name anyway? Calling her Shenhe feels kind of friendly, but also kind of disrespectful. So Paimon's thinking maybe it'd be better if we called her by her Adeptus name instead.
Her Adeptus name? Why, pray tell, would Shenhe have an Adeptus name?
Don't all Adepti have a special title they go by?
On this latter point, you are correct. However, Shenhe is human.
Oh, right. Wait, what? You knew already? So is Paimon the only one who didn't know?
Do you mean to say that she presents differently from ordinary human beings?
Well, to start with, her problem-solving methods are extremely direct.
Ah, yes. She was like this all those years ago when one first met her. In this respect, she has not changed. One first found Shenhe by chance in a cave. One was passing by and sensed the presence of a god's remains. Being of an ever-vigilant disposition, one entered immediately to inspect the scene. Inside was Shenhe, then aged around 6 years old. In her hand, she held a dagger with which she was confronting a monster that was the god's remains incarnate.
That sounds so dangerous.
When one arrived, she had already been locked in confrontation with this monster for several days. Most mortal children are that she was able to endure such terrible danger was due not only to her strong willpower, but also to the bloodlust and homicidal instinct with which she was. One dealt with the monster, yet she still refused to lower her guard. She even pointed her dagger in one's direction and remained ready to strike. Only after she was satisfied that one had no intention to cause her harm did she finally relent.
In other words, if you hadn't passed by that day, Shenhe might have...
Not necessarily. Upon one's arrival, one could sense that the god's wrath was gradually receding.
That's still so dangerous, though. Why was a tiny...
Alas, the mortal world is rife with suffering of every kind. And she had experienced her fair share of this, even at a tender age. See, indeed, it is one to whom she refers. Shenhe has an extraordinary constitution, making her well adapted to practicing the Adepti arts. All the Adepti cherished her talents, and so we were willing to train her. However, her homicidal urges did not subside with age. Rather, they grew stronger day by day. Mooncarver once performed a divination for her. He declared that her fate is to bear the curse of calamity.
You can always go back to Wind if you just talk to
Consumed by
the Wind
malevolent
Shrine
energy,
with your traveler.
she is prone to bring harm to those around her. Such is the magnitude of the danger this poses, that her soul must be bound with red ropes to keep her homicidal instinct at bay. The red ropes have indeed served to keep her calmer and more content. They also seem to have rendered her... It is only by fate that people's paths may cross. Now that Shenhe's path has crossed with you...
Oh, now Paimon gets it.
Huh. You dare draw such a facile conclusion on the nature of one's present excursion. Ningguang once made a bold assertion that this is to be the era of the contract between Liyue and the humans. If she handles it admirably, one is willing to be a witness to her achievements. But if she does, let us conclude our conversation here for today. One has occupied enough of your time.
So, Shenhe isn't an Adeptus after all. She just grew up around the Adepti. Oh, no wonder she doesn't like being treated as an Adeptus. Having everyone falling over themselves to show their respect all the time.
I created another universe and founded paradise. For I, Fischl, am the Prinzessin der Verirrt.
Nice.
I created another universe and founded paradise.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's taken a while, but you're at the very beginning. Mm-hmm. You still got a good bit, though.
I wonder, when will I finally make Sergeant?
Hmm. No, you just have to run around and run where people are not. And you just have to start over. Oh. fixes it.
One need not scry to know today's weather will be good.
Hey! So, Shenhua...
Master has relayed my situation to you, I take it.
Oh? How did you know?
I'd intended to wait until you came back before going to sleep, but I didn't hear you come in. I was worried that something may have happened to you. So I went outside to check and caught sight of my master. On top of this, you have been acting very strangely around me this morning, causing me to suspect that my master must have told you everything about me. After all, Master is... very talkative.
Sorry, Shenhua. Paimon had you down as an adeptus this whole time, but it turns out Paimon was wrong.
It's okay. I don't mind. The fault is mine for not explaining everything to you sooner, because in my experience, trying to explain is a futile pursuit. Still, though you mistook me for an adeptus, you never treated me as distant and unapproachable. Instead, you treated me as you would a friend.
The main story is
For this,
everyone wants a
I am
friend.
very grateful indeed.
To be fair, we've met our fair share of real adepti, too. Anyway, now it's settled. From now on, you're our friend. Whether you're an adeptus or a human isn't the important thing. First and foremost, we're just plain...
Got it. Although I don't know quite what it entails in terms of what I...
Great! Well, now that we're all rested up, we should... But before we do that, let's go to the build... After all, Sunset Vermilionite is so rare. Paimon doubts many competitors will Oh, and another thing. We bought some grilled chicken drumsticks on the way back last night. There was a place just outside. Here's one for you, Shenhua. Try it! They're so good.
I concur. It has a rich flavor, far more agreeable than those I've cooked for myself in the wilderness in the past.
Look! The Jade Chamber is floating into the sky! But it seems to be tied down by something.
That's because it's not finished.
Hey, Bylin! And hey, Beto! And hey! Person Paimon doesn't know?
Given the enormous scale of the Jade Chamber, we split the construction work into 2 phases to make sure the structure remains balanced. Before we find some suitable plastrite, we build the Jade Chamber's keel at ground level. Once the plastrite is ready, we place it into the keel and let the partially constructed Jade Chamber rise up to the height of the surrounding mountain peaks. The remainder of the construction work is then carried out at that altitude. Once everything is ready, we release the iron tethers and allow the Jade Chamber to rise to its target altitude.
Miss Bywin, we've brought some new materials to submit.
One moment, I'll be right there. The construction work has only been able to progress this rapidly thanks to the plastrite provided by you. Lady Ningguang is most grateful and looks forward to seeing more of your work.
Wow, can't believe you sourced the plastrite so quickly. It's the key piece of the puzzle. Looks like you beat us to the punch.
Beto? You're joining the Jade Chamber contest too?
I haven't met you yet, so...
Sure am. I happened to get my hands on a chunk of Sunset Vermilionite on a voyage a while back, so I figured I'd bring it over.
Huh. So even though it's rare, we're not the only ones who managed to get a hold of it.
Oh, I've got some introductions to do. This is the renowned Miss Yun, or Yunjin, probably the most famous figure in the Liyue opera scene.
Greetings.
These two are Paimon and the Traveler, both good buddies of mine. And this is... sorry, not sure we've met.
Shenhe. I am their... friend.
Good to meet you. A friend of a friend is my friend too. Or, as I like to say, a mate of a crewmate is part of the crew. Miss Yoon is also here for the contest. Turns out she needed to borrow a boat, so we came together.
It's an honor to finally meet you both. I've heard much about you. Miss Shenhe, though we are only meeting for the first time, I have a feeling that we will get along very well indeed. To be honest with you all, I am in great need of this opportunity to ask Lady Ningguang a question. That's why I joined the contest. Thanks to my father's connections, I was able to acquire a specimen of the plastrite required. Fortunately, it was approved for some...
Wow. So it...
Excuse me for prying, Miss Shenhe, but are you competing as well?
No, I don't have any questions for Ningguang. I just want...
In that case, I have a... Lady Ningguang said that the first 3 contestants to procure all 3 materials will be... Instead of competing against each other, we could work together to secure the top 3 places between us. What do you think?
Sounds great, but how does that change things exactly?
I think I see where you're going with this, Miss Yoon. The plastrite was the most difficult item to source by a long shot. Luckily, all 3 of us managed to get our hands on it. The 2 remaining items aren't quite so... How'd I do? Is that...
Precisely.
Huh.
Okay then. From what I've heard, the core itself is really not that difficult to make. The hard part is getting hold of the ore used as raw materials. I'm gonna head back to the ship and ask Suling if he's heard of them.
We will head into town and seek advice from Master Zhang of Hanfeng's Ironmongers. Thoughts?
Wonderful. We'll split into teams then, and whoever makes progress... I'm gonna take off. See you later.
Okay, let's go. By the way, what question are you gonna ask Ningguang, Yunjin?
I'm looking for a venue to host the performance of our new opera. Lady Ningguang has excellent judgment.
Ooh, what?
The opera is a labor of love by my father. He wrote it based on a popular urban legend about an evil spirit and an adeptus. It's called The Divine Damsel of Devastation.
Ah, hello.
Excuse me, Master Zhang. We were wondering if you'd heard of something called a wonder.
Of course I have. So...
My name is Yunjin. Perhaps you don't know me, but
Yunjin? Stage use? Sorry. My brain's finally caught up. It's not used to doing much beyond bashing a hammer all day. So, you're here to ask about wonder cores, huh? As it happens, I do know how to make them. The types of ore needed to make wonder cores are a little hard to come by. Lady Ningguang supplied them herself.
No, we were gonna...
Sure. Well, you'll need 2 kinds. Star Splinter iron and If I remember correctly, Lady Ningguang sourced her Star Splinter iron from the Mount Tianheng area. They say it could take some work, but if you stick with it, you'll find some eventually. As for the Subrosium, though, that's trickier. It's all but unheard of on the... I'm really not sure. Sorry. What I've heard is that the people around Mount Tianheng have some sort of magic trick that can pinpoint the location. Of course, it's probably just hearsay. If you want my advice, start by looking for Star Splinter.
Mount Tianheng.
Interestingly enough, the story of the Divine Damsel of Devastation also takes place on that mountain. I hear the view there is quite spectacular. A favorite destination of the Adepti, in fact. Perhaps it can give me some inspiration. I came to Mount Tianheng once with my father as a child.
I remember it being such a long climb that I could barely feel my legs by the time we reached the... This is quite a trip down memory lane for me. Look at these majestic No wonder the legend of the divine damsel of devastation is said to have taken place here. Adepti wander oft where mortals seldom stride.
The Divine Damsel of Devastation is your upcoming opera, right? And what's the story about them?
It's the story of a girl
Cool! A hero story? They're Paimon's favorite!
The legend first arose in this area. It is said that in that village, there was a loving couple who were the wife was out collecting herbs and was captured by the monster. Her husband was so distraught. The vile and vicious monster told the villagers, if you...
What a nasty piece of work! Ugh. Paimon sure hopes that...
But the monster was so terrible and so strong that all within the village were terrified of it. Just while they were discussing whose child would be given over to the monster...
No! Don't do...
Unbeknownst to anybody else, she was concealing an exorcist's blade. She approached the monster's lair, feigning fear and trepidation. When she finally arrived, she courageously drew her extraordinary abilities drew the attention of the Adepti, and they took her as one of their own. Her story became the stuff, and so, destined to grace the mortal realm for but a brief moment, she vanished like a wisp of smoke.
I really like this story, but I personally think that perhaps the little girl was... not as brave as the... I'm not sure she deserves all the praise she is given.
I've never... Opera is always an interpretation of the events it purports to portray. A certain degree of deviation. When my father wrote the script for this play, I suppose his intention...
I think it's a...
Well, it sure... This should be enough Star Splinter iron. Now...
I think I saw a village on our way here. Master Zhang said we should ask the locals for help. Why don't we try there?
Hey, there really is someone here. Yunjin, looks like you were right. Excuse us, sir. Can we ask you something? Huh.
Hello, sir. We were just passing by.
Is he trying to tell us to look for clues in the village? Shenhua, Yunjin.
Sorry, you can go ahead without me. I'd like to have a word with this gentleman. If that's okay with you, Uncle Mingjin.
It's...
Shenhe.
Shenhe. I'm sorry, I don't know how to find Subrosium. But I think this place is deserted now.
Huh? You...
Thank you, kind sir. We'll go and take a look around. Don't worry. Mingjin has no ill intention towards Miss Shenhe.
Okay, then let's see what...
The remains of a god, an abandoned village, Mount Tianheng. this mean that the true story of the divine... The time frame certainly matches.
We could do with some more fortune.
Huh. What's this? So, now that I think about it, she does behave rather like an Adeptus, so that's why I've been getting the strangest feeling when, according to this text, the divine damsel from the opera was actually the... And she didn't volunteer. She was... Oh, the truth is even more lamentable than the opera. Now I understand why Shenhe said the girl was not as brave as people think. Oh, it looks like...
We've looked everywhere, but still no mention of Subrosium. Let's have a look over there.
You're here? Alright. Alright, Charlie friend. Let's dip. It's 5:30. It's going to take a little bit to take out those 20 people, so I'm going to say you have to just wait until Monday. You just have to go fight him again, that's all. Alright, see you, friend.